All right, we are live. Happy Saturday morning to those of you that are in the States, and happy Saturday afternoon for everyone in Europe, I guess. Let's do this. All right, so up front, I have a lot of games here. Not all of these fall into like the level up typical genre. We've got some higher elo games. What you're not going to see are like the pro players, but pretty close on a couple of these. So some people, I said in a 1v1. That's not a 1v1. All right. Oh yeah, these are going to be good. The Johnston ones are going to be good. I want to wait till I have a co-caster for these. So all right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to kick this off with a 2v2 here, relatively high elo 2v2. You got red leader to base, panic. They're both at least in the 1600 range. Then Will the Noobs and Dunkirk. So we will set this one up, and then I think the Cromwell is going to join at some point mid game here, and we'll just go from there. Ooh, double DAC versus WSF on Santuario. Okay. Hey, what's up, Maxi boy? Yeah, I've got yours queued up. If you I can hit it up a little bit later. Just let me know if you're around and you want to watch, and we'll tag that one next. All right. So kicking this one off with a little bit of Santuario fun. All right, so on the Axis side, we've got Panic in blue, and red leader to base. I'll just call him red and teal here. And then opposite them, right, Dunkirk is in red, Will the Noobs is in purple. And we're actually seeing barracks from both players. This is an interesting take. Dunkirk is already locked in advanced infantry, so we'll see where that one goes. Meanwhile, both deck players have locked in armored support and have gotten a Panzer Grenadier out, and now the half track's coming. Well, look at it, like simultaneous build order. So that is that's going to be super fun. I love the mirrored build orders on both sides. I am really interested in seeing where these guys go with this from like a map strategy point of view, because this is not something that I don't get to see 2v2s at the super high level on this map all that often. So, but I play this map a lot, it feels like. Oh, Will the Noobs has gone special operations, so all 4 battle groups selected. 5 hours. I may still be doing this in 5 hours, but yeah, totally understandable. Yeah, and actually pretty respectful so far. And then the first engagement right here at these houses, which honestly you kind of expect. Wow, these guys, it's like it's the blue skin for these engineers actually threw me off. They look like pioneers. I'm like, very much pioneers don't have a 4-man squad. Oh, that's awesome. Game night's super fun. And I like this from Will the Noob. So he's kind of pushing through the center here. Actually, and he's building his weapon support center. He's got a weasel out. I wonder if that first rifle was like a little bit of a misclick. Like if he was on autopilot. Because now I wonder if we're going to see any more rifles. Dunkirk also going weapon support center, which makes sense. I really like the weapon support center builds against the DAC. 30 cal pops on the Weasel. And they're able to kind of force red back here a little bit. These Panzer Pioneers should win this fight against the scouts. The Weasel looks like it's going to rotate over to try to help. You know, Dunkirk doing some kind of scouting out on his own over here against Panic. Oh, I like this. The flamethrower pops. So we're about to see that squad get pushed with the flamethrower. Rifles up front. Flamethrower follows up. I like this sequence. Yeah, Panzergrens pop out before they take too much damage. On the opposite side, we've got a couple Panzergrens, and now here's the Flame Clown car. So good reactions across the board here from the players. Although, will the noobs, these rifles may, this like run around the house thing, they're going to take a lot of damage for their effort. The engineers and the Weasel trying to distract, but actually these rifles could go down. This would be a pretty big early pickup. Yeah, and Red's going to punish this. Rifles down, engineers on a long retreat path as well. Oh man, look at the health. Wow, huge early pickup. And now, are we going to see the AT grenade come in on the Weasel? No, he had the munitions for it. He might not have teched yet. I think Panic was the one who I saw built his tier 2. Oh no, but these rifles doing a ton of damage. Weasel knocked out. The 250 is going to yeah, 250 down to a sliver of health here. The Pioneers pop out. Oh, and these rifles and the engineers. Oh man, Red. Look at the KD. All of that is the last 30 seconds of engagement on this side. So yeah, that's like 23 kills right there. What am I most hyped about in the new Heavy Armor DLC coming? Probably the Pershing. Because right now I feel like USF don't have a lot of late game options to kind of break through some of the Axis armor. And I'm really hoping the Pershing gives them something that just feels a little bit more satisfying. I know the Canadian shock troop stuff sounds like it could be good. The Crocodile, if they do it right, the Crocodile could be a lot of fun. I feel like the KT and the Elephant are just going to make Dak insane in team games. It'll be fun to play with, but at the same time as USF Homer, I'd probably say the Pershing. All right, so the Axis, I like what they did here. So you saw huge pickups in terms of like KD and units. It is 100% American bias. Yes, I'm an American. Sorry. What I like about what they did here is they just got the triple cap on, and they didn't overextend, and they're using this time. If we look at the upgrades, a couple of upgrades and some tech setting up. Yeah, the mechanized company for both of these. So I think you're going to see some 8 rods, some Stug Ds out from the Axis team here.
We have vehicles available in reserve. Fuckers keep coming. Disembark. Enemy forward element.
Yeah, what? So since you're asking, what are you most excited about for the Fire and Steel? All right, so Red kind of pushes his advantage here. This is the downside, I think, to the Zooks, is they are very squishy, not just against infantry, but against like vehicles with a high fire rate, like 8 rods, and then obviously the Tigers we saw in that last game. So you do got to be really careful not to leave them overexposed; they don't just bleed for you. The Dunkirk's going for grenades. Man, against Dak, like I feel like I tech grenades immediately. Well, I suppose he only had the 1 rifle early. And I guess we can talk, oh man, this 1919. Once it gets, oh, the grenade, perfectly thrown grenade. That, yeah, because he set up the 1919 to get that cover damage reduction bonus. Well now, yeah, Panic's got to get these Panzergrens out, but there's just really no one in position to pursue them and punish that. Oh man, Scouts knocked out. So nice flank here from Red, and he's just going to inflict a bunch of bleed as these units try to retreat, and they're going to pick up this fuel. Will trying to kind of dig himself out here. Oh, here's the rifle, the rifle blob. Will the Noobs is floating a ton of fuel, so the Allied fuel control has not been terrible. Maybe they can get some heavier armor out to try to deal with these 8 rods. And I honestly, I love the build here from the DAC players. You're just seeing a ton of like unit balance. You got the 8 rod, you've got, you know, the Panzerjäger half track, you got the clown car, and then on the other side you've got the 2509 Panzerjäger. So just a lot of balance and mobility. So the way that USF wants to play is very aggressive, very mobile early, and the DAC players are countering it. Really, what they don't have is something to like a hard armor counter. This is now looking at the unit composition. This is where I'm a little confused. So he went Dunkirk, went motor pool. He didn't have as many losses as Will the Noobs in terms of like squads wiped, but he doesn't have a lot on the field. And so I'm kind of wondering where he invested. You see the Axis players really leaning into those DAC armory upgrades. Will the Noobs got a 75 mil half track out. This, yeah, the bazookas around to support, and I like this. I really like this from the Allied players. Right, they're like, hey, we're just gonna link up. We're gonna try to grab one of these VPs, take the pressure off, and see if we can lure some of these light vehicles into a slightly better engagement. So far, the Axis are queued up but not taking the bait. What I would be worried about, and because you know, it's probably more of a fault than anything, I tend to think very aggressively. If you had the info, if you see this from the Allies, I think about driving these vehicles here. So having like red attack in the front, and then having panic come around and just clean all this up on the back end. But look at this. You can see both teams trying to figure out what the plan is here. Oh, the quad 8 rod. Especially with these armory upgrades, right? At minimum, the vehicle survival package, so they get the smoke. Will the Noobs teching the bazooka improved rockets? That's certainly going to help. Nice. MG in the back to suppress. So the Panzerjäger is just going to be crawling around here. Yeah, it looks like that. This is it. The Axis are going to make their push. And even with the BARs, the rifle is just not doing a ton of damage to these DAC P-Grans. There's a grenade. Oh, but they're going to pay for it. Other rifles come up to distract, so that rifle squad will get away. But these guys, they're just going to bleed. On the side here, I like this Dunkirk with the push. He snares one of the 8 rods, but this is just a lot of DPS available here. More grenades. And red forced off, so nice push. Panzer Grenadier is knocked out. Riflemen pick up that MG34 LMG. Look at this grenade. Oh, just a skosh behind. I love that. Nice play from Dunkirk. Really well done. I thought that engagement was going to go very much in the Axis team's favor. Good management of these light vehicles. Oh, those bazookas are not missing from that building, though. Now Martyr on the field. The Martyr feels a little bit like an overreaction, but wow, that takes half of the health off. At 75 mil. Now, yeah, the problem is you got to run away. These Zooks can do a lot of damage. 2509 trying to blink away at the rifleman team in this house. They have to be careful as well. Look at this. Look at this massive mess of armor. We see a recon tractor coming out. Well, and just like that, the Allies have actually flipped. They've got 2 of these VPs by basically giving up the farm side. And playing here in the city, what they're doing is they're limiting the mobility, right? Because all these vehicles kind of like choke on each other, but there's so much. I like the strategy and really good timing, really good patience, as you'd expect from players of this caliber. Martyr trying to plink away at this building. I think he's using attack ground versus attacking the building directly because of the Zooks. And because of that, you're just not doing as much to the building as you'd like. This building almost certainly going to get knocked out. rifles on a little bit of a recon mission take a bunch of autocannon fire for their trouble. Like both sides just spending all their time knocking out garrisons. Oh, the 75 mil needs to be careful because he could get overrun here by these 8 rods, but the recon tractor. So now they're going to start seeing this. The AT gun here, this is set up in a really, really good position. And you see this, the Allies trying to slowly kind of expand their footprint here. All right, here comes some angry Daklight vehicles on the flank. Oh, 75 set up. There's a couple Zook squads here. Sticky bomb comes in. 1 half track. The Pioneers bail to avoid getting knocked out. So a lot of pyrotechnics, but not a lot of decision there. They do got to be careful. All these Zooks coming up. Oh, half track smash. That Pigren squad barely gets away. But these rifles continue to bleed. Oh, these Panzerjägers are in trouble. Nice use of the white phosphorus. They got the ARA's gonna pass in front of it. Oh man, that AT gun in great position, doing a lot of work. And you'd almost think this map was oriented 90 degrees rotated just based on how these guys are playing it. Captain almost goes down. Another 75 mil half track, forcing the issue. Oh, that one pops. We could see target weak point, but it looks like both sides. Actually, this is coming out ahead for the Allies. Both sides absorbing a lot of damage. The downside to this. Oh, we're gonna see a breach. God, this takes so long. Oh no. Oh, the Pigrens. They're gonna get away because the squad's busy breaching. And then nothing happened. Oh, Relic, please fix. I do love my mom. Thanks, Alan. Wow. This is so crazy series of engagements. The Allies, they've clawed back a lot of map control. What I'm concerned about, though, you saw both Axis players floating a ton of manpower. So I'm worried about some of these armory upgrades. Red has a lot of the armory upgrades enabled, and with all that fuel control on the flank and the manpower control, now Will is harassing this +10, which I love this play with the scouts, but you run the risk of the DAC getting some of their really, really powerful late-game vehicles. You see the walking Stuka coming in the build already, and over here we've got 1 tank depot getting built by Dunkirk. Nothing from Will the Noobs. He's got a ton of fuel as well. So he's gone BARs, improved rockets, grenades. That's where a lot of his fuel's gone. Dunkirk went mechanized support center. So we will probably see 76 mil Shermans paired with, it looks like we have Rangers on the field. That squad with that picked up the MG34. So they could be pretty dangerous at range. Oh, that's a lot of artillery coming in to contest this center VP. And really impressed with how the Allies have clawed back the map control despite the early Axis advantage. It's not something you're used to seeing. Oh, the dual 75 mils. And it looks like Panic, who's in blue, is trying to figure out how he wants to approach this. Will the Noobs now harassing on the opposite flank. Those engineers could get run down, but they are finding a lot of mines. And then I love the mines all going in on this side of the map. That is a great way to deal with if you think you're going to get light vehicles try to run you down. Throw mines in your own back half, so as they chase, they hit mines, you can clean them up. Ooh. First walking through. I don't even hear it on my end. Huge hits. Both 75 mils now just on a sliver of health. Engineer squad knocked out on the flank. Oh, 175 mil goes down. And the other one. I don't even know what killed those. Was it just like rifle fire? Oh, now the use of the AP rounds The 8 rod's going to get on the flank of this AT gun. Actually, they're just going to keep rolling right through. These DAC infantry at risk from the Rangers. AT gun cleared. Oh, now 2 Zook squads find these 8 rods. Red pops smoke on 1, and then Panic's 8 rods pop up. 1919 knocked out, but here comes a sticky bomb. So one of the 8 rods going to get knocked out. Panic's 8 rods need to roll, or they will get gunned down by these Zooks. And this other 8 rod from Red. Oh, so he popped the, yeah, he popped the Blitzkrieg ability. Which is, I mean, more than just the speed, it means that any snares will not act like snares. Mines won't apply a crit. That's probably the best value of that in this case, trying to get that 8 rod out. Well. Oh, here, a second walking Stuka. And so, oh, wow. The scatter almost takes out that AT gun, but not quite. Now we see Will the Noobs. He's got his med half track up, and Dunkirk going for the Bulldozer Sherman. Bulldozer Sherman, interesting choice, but I kind of like it because it really helps with the infantry, but it's going to be resistant against a lot of these light vehicles. And right now, only a Martyr on the field, and then a P3 for Red Leader. Another walking Stuka brush. Oh, huge hits. Oh, those Zooks. Oh man, Vet 3 Zook squad gunned down. 2 Zook squads cleaned up by the 8 rod following the walking Stuka. And even if the 8 rod goes down, I'm a huge fan of that potential trade. Yeah, Rifle's gonna sprint in here to throw the sticky bomb. So Red's gonna lose his second 8 rod. You got the anti-infantry strafe coming in. And look at the casualty counter. I am impressed that Will and Dunkirk, as many casualties as they've taken, that they are still managing to control the center VP. Zooks versus Panzerjägers here. I think Panzerjäger is probably going to win this. Then the Bulldozer shows up. Oh, the Bulldozer sets off a mine as well. So Allied's going to take control of the southern VP. Yeah, and I think you're seeing another little bit of a reset for the Axis players here, trying to figure out how to close this one out. All these light vehicles really powerful in the early game and good for kind of punishing some Allied overextension. Now, a little bit of a liability. It's a lot of micro attacks, and with all these bazookas and now starting to get heavier vehicles on the field, kind of squishy, even with the upgrades. Man, the damage reduction on this machine gun is just nuts.
Howdy.
Hey, what's up, Garrett? Alright, so now we see... Oh. Walking Stuka barrage connects here. Knocks out the AT gun. And we see a flak filling coming up. I wonder if they're just going to put an anti-air mode. Yeah, you see the tungsten rounds upgraded for Panic. That's going to help him deal with his bulldozer. Will the noobs go in for a motor pull now? Oh no, P3 is going to gun down both of these bazooka squads. Oh, just more huge pickups. Yeah, that is Turtle War has joined us. He's in the chat here. On voice.
Yeah, I joined a little late. My apologies.
No, you're good. You're good. Everyone's got things going on Saturday except for me, apparently. The Rangers pick up the AT gun. That is an expensive AT gun recrew, and it's going to immediately get cleared. P3 just being an absolute menace over here. Another walking Stuka barrage coming in, but it looks like it's largely going to whiff, even with the recon tractor providing kind of terminal guidance. Oh. Oh, this is the creeping barrage. Oh, engineers annihilated. That hurts. Panic going for the armored reserves, so most likely going to go for P4s or a Tiger from here. Yeah, that... So Garrett, the unlinked cooldowns on the walking Stuka.
Oh,
That
insane, man.
it's just, and I know that they haven't changed it because they've got fire and steel coming, but I really hope. Oh wow, look at that shot, attack around through smoke. Nice, Will. I'm really hoping they adjust that in this patch, because that and for the Vespa, it just becomes so overwhelming in team games. You just constantly eating barrages, and you can say like the creeping barrage costs munitions, but if you look, like, these DAC players are floating quite a few munitions at this point in the game. More walking
And you
Stuka.
you can only secede so much ground, you know, when you fall back from the first Stuka, and then if you got to fall back again, it's just, yeah, it's hard to keep up with.
Yeah, and like, especially because the Stuka and the Vespa, there's no indication of where the rounds are coming. You just kind of hear the sound in the distance, which I'm generally okay with, but it does make it hard or risky to dodge. So you really got to be on point with your map awareness. I suppose it's a little bit of a, you could argue it's a little bit of a skill discriminator, but it's just so much firepower. I know, like the last 4v4 I played, it was just like constant. At that, by the 20-minute mark, you're just hearing Stukas go off every 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's very apparent in team games.
All right, so another Panzer III on the field for red. And the Allies kind of resetting a little bit. Axis finally looks like going to retake control of 2 of the 3 VPs and start putting the Allies on the drain a little bit here. The KD is absolutely insane. I like to say, like, as DAC, you have to be winning the KD battle to fare well in the long term. But like, okay, so Dunkirk's got a Hellcat out. Will the noobs? Okay, he canceled his motor pool and built a tank depot. He's got the fuel for a tank, but not the manpower. Oh, Sticky comes in. Now we're gonna see, this is Red's loiter, the armored support loiter, plus the walking Stuka hitting the infantry. That Hellcat forced away. Timely use of the loiter to kind of gain some space. Axis now going to be on they're going to have the triple cap here. The Allies under significant amount of pressure. Oh, the NPC assault hits the field, immediately runs into a machine gun, and this could be bad. I don't know if the there's a Stuka looking at. Yeah, it is. Oh, NPC assault. That's just a lot of free veterancy. AT gun cleared as well. Ooh, that's a lot of free kills for that walking Stuka. Yeah, and the Allies at this point basically down to a little over a minute of tickets remaining. Recrew the AT gun, and I like this use of the med half track to try to stay on top of a lot of these team weapons. But I just feel like from an army composition standpoint, the Allies don't have what they need to counter this, and every minute that the Axis players are in the game and not losing things, they're about to face like Tigers, P4s. Nazar, I see your question. Give me 1 second and we'll address it. I have a feeling this game is about to be over. We got about 30 seconds left, and I'll read your question. Yeah, 1 Hellcat against 2 P3s, especially with all the upgrades that Red has. He's got rapid advance, he's got tungsten core. Both players have all the upgrades for DAC. And that's just, they can afford that because they just haven't lost any models. Yeah, and that's the GG right there, and that makes sense. 4,027 players in the game. That's fantastic. That's awesome. That's really good to see. All right.
Yeah, pretty healthy. Last few weekends, man, it's been pretty healthy numbers, player count wise.
That's good. That's awesome. That makes me really happy. Yeah, people want to get reps in before Fire and Steel or see what it's about. I like that. Yeah, that was good. That was a good game. I am so let me jump over here. So first thing I would say is like as the Axis, if you can put the allies on the back foot early, that's huge, right? Because and you see it's a little bit easier in 2v2, and Santuario is a little bit of a narrower map. But you saw even in the mid game Dunkirk's ability to challenge some of the like the capping on the backside. Like they can still harass, but it's just not as effective. And then yeah, the chase downs with the clown car and the Panzer Grenadiers, I think Red really set the Axis team up for success with those early wipes. So yeah, here it was before you got here, but essentially like about the 5-minute mark, wiped a rifle squad, engineer squad, the Weasel.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, like all on retreat. And that's one thing, Santuario, like the light vehicles can struggle to manage some of those paths, but long retreat paths from the center. So if you get it and you can exploit it, it's outstanding. Okay, so I want to go back though. So Nazar Beznosik, apologize for the pronunciation, says, hey Shark, don't you think that they have to do something with tanks acceleration? Tanks go from 0 to 100 in 1.5 seconds. That has no point. I think that should be addressed, especially because Vet 1 for most vehicles is like an acceleration buff. So I think you're spot on. I will say though, on the list of things that I think need to be addressed in balance, vehicle acceleration is, in my opinion, lower on the list. I do think when they changed the vehicle pathing and they made the vehicles instantly accelerate, it was like patch like 1.5. That actually made the pathing feel better. The vehicles feel more responsive. There is a little from a realism point of view, having tanks go 0 to 100 immediately is kind of silly, and having them reverse at the same speed that they drive forward is a little silly. But from a game balance perspective, I think you end up with players are more aggressive with vehicles. And if you really made the vehicle movement dynamics a little bit more punishing, you just see a lot more like slower, campier, deliberate play. Some people want that. I think I prefer, from like a gameplay point of view, the aggressive, kind of the speed mobility focus. Turtle, Garrett, since you're here, I don't know if you had any thoughts on the vehicle speed, vehicle movement thing.
I was really happy when they upped it, but I think it does need to come back and get readdressed now, maybe for specific vehicles or, here or there. It is kind of crazy, like you said, that they some of the vehicles reverse just a little too fast still, and so it's really hard to get a kill when they can just, pull up, let off 2 shots, and then reverse out of there.
Yeah, I will admit I'm at the point where like by default, if I am not attacking, my vehicle is reversing, right? And
yeah.
Sometimes it makes sense. Sometimes it makes sense to want the front armor towards the enemy, but sometimes you'd be like, if the vehicle spinning in place wasn't so frustrating, like it would really make more sense. The vehicle like, nope, just turn around and drive full speed the other direction. So yeah, this game constantly struggles with the balance between realism and playability, and I think I'd prefer it to be playable and dynamic and fun with like the World War II flavor than it to be exactly like a World War II sim. Because otherwise infantry would be pointless at about the 12-minute mark. I'll just leave that one there. That's funny. Okay. So first off, Jamie, are you available or are you still watching? And then Garrett, I had a thought. So I think do you have like an hour or so?
I have probably 1 hour exactly.
All right. So let's do this. So John C. Ponce sent in a series of 2 games. What he basically said was, we played these 2v2s back to back, same map, same team. So I want to focus on, like, obviously cast the game, but then focus on the adjustments that they made between games, because I think that's kind of a really cool. It's not something you get to see very often, and then not something that you can actually cast all that often. So if you're good with that, I will drop these replays to you alongside.
Yeah, let's try it.
Yes. Jamie, meow, if you're available. I'm going to throw these in the group chat here. My computer is choking with all the programs that I have on it. That's fine. That's normal, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so you've got those. I'm going to just focus on pulling it up. Did you already go lift today, or are you doing that after this?
I don't know if I'll have enough time. I got family coming down, and when I started doing the math in my head of how quick I'd have to lift, it wouldn't even be worth it for me to go.
Oh, well, that's frustrating, and I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Nothing to apologize for.
I really wanted to get these ones in order.
Will it say when you pull it up in Co the playback date?
It has them listed as recent match, and then the dates are backwards because I pulled them from the website. And naturally, it's the same. Like, it's the same team. Oh, let me see. Okay, I got it, because it did tell me which one was which. All right, cool. I'm gonna pull it up. This is the first one. If for some reason when you go to pull it up, it just does the recent match bug for you. If you hit rename, it'll show you which one it is.
Okay. Yeah, are they both the same map?
Yeah, it's the same map, the exact same team. Yeah, yeah. It's on Santuario again. Yep. But I like it for this reason. Like, think about the implications for like tournaments, or if you got to play the same team over and over again, how you think about it, how you coordinate with your teammate. I like it. Yeah, everyone plays Santuario now. Okay, so while we're waiting for
John C1, right?
Yes.
That's the one you're... Okay,
yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so Nazar says the main point for me is that it has no point. It's not even makes a difference, because if you start to drive earlier, okay, I can see that. I dabble. I can speak a little bit of Russian. How about that? And so I can read Cyrillic. Oh, yeah. At least in the video that Relic showed, the V1 VFX were a little underwhelming. But you know, everyone, it's got to start somewhere. I don't know.
I'm at the 7-second mark. I accidentally let it go for so long.
That's fine. All right. Let's see. I will, just to pick on Johnsty, I'll make sure we have his audio. I'm at 1. I'll give you a countdown real quick. We'll get this one started. All right. So I'm, let's see, cast, and then I'm unpause. I'm at 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay. I think we're synced up.
Cool. All right. So real quick, Tenchi Wehrmacht in teal, Data Haven in blue for the DAC, John C. Ponce here, USF in red, and random target his teammate Brits in purple. So balanced total mixed match as opposed to last time. Liberator says he's got this one. Hey Tony, Liberator says he's got this map downvoted. I wouldn't necessarily downvote it. I know it's new, but I like this one better than like Ere Perennius. I know some people really don't like Torrente because it's also really linear. This one is at least new, and what I do appreciate, I will point this out, a lot of the buildings are not functional garrisons, and I really appreciate them for doing that, because like half the times, like Torrente, you just see people popping in and out of buildings constantly, and the garrison gameplay in this in CoH3 drives me absolutely insane. So, but yeah, I'm glad that they kind of fixed that. All right, so for Johnsty, we're seeing armored assault engineer straight into weapon support center. Johnsty, bro, what is this? You're too high elo for this. Give him a rally point. What are your engineers doing? I know you're better than this. The hard stop, Tony, is I want to go to the gym at some point this afternoon. But I will keep going as long as people are watching. That's about it.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna do an afternoon lift today.
Yeah. All right, so then we've got for random target, he's gone Gurkhas, 2 infantry sections. Interesting. Okay, only 1 sapper. I think the meta really for Brits is at least 2 sappers at the start. They're just so strong. And on this side of the map with all of this cover, they just, especially against Wehrmacht, they just clean up, right? You can knock out the Kettenkrad. You're going to smash Pioneers. And if you can close with the Grens, you'll smash them as well. So I really like opening with 2 sappers, maybe even 3 on this side of the map, but we'll see how he plays it.
I'll bounce around because I really do like sections. I love their versatility, and I think if you just keep them at distance early on, they can be powerful. But damn, our Royal Engineers just strong.
Yeah, although they might go down here. The section's coming in on the flank, and actually the section is probably going to be the only reason these sappers survived. That was a nice little flank he set up. And I guess that's the downside of when you only have 1 sapper is you can't really charge as much. And look at this. I like this from Tenchi, the like wrapping around the hard cover. And I think random target got frustrated. Now he's just going for the Kettenkrad, but oh no. Oh, these poor Grenadiers. 1 left.
No.
Wow, look at the trades here early. And now the section may go down. Oof. Oh. So 1 section loss. That's a huge pickup early for the Axis team. Meanwhile, we got Johnsty hyper aggressive with these assault engineers. And so up against Dak, yeah, definitely need the Zooks. And I like, honestly, I like this build for dealing with Dak. You've got 2 assault engineers, which will trade fairly well. You got the 1919, although I think it's a little bit of a waste to just leave it in this garrison for right now. And then the Zooks coming to deal with the light vehicles. Oh man, just a little bit of bleed coming in on these engineers. But it's a lot of damage, but not a lot of actual bleed. So hopefully we'll see a med tent go down here really soon. These, yeah, the Zooks are good, but I would also be... Zooks will bleed a lot if you move them up unsupported. Here we go. Here's the machine gun to support. And then I love to see these guys on prioritized vehicles just so they don't waste their shots on infantry. Nice with the suppression. Just that little wiggle, and then they lose their range bonus. But great 1919 play. And then here we're going to see, yeah, the allies really need healing up. The Dak, all right, so we're seeing espionage, and he's selected, is that the sabotage beacon?
That is the siphon.
Yeah. So okay, I'm just going to throw it out there because people do this all the time. If you go into the water, you can walk into the water here in these corners, and you can put a siphon beacon. So if you're ever playing this game and your +10 fuel is being siphoned, you're like, how are they? It's because it's in the water. There was a game where Skang and I searched for it for a solid 7 minutes. And like, that's a huge distraction in game time.
It's a massive, there's some maps that have, you know, these long, thin territories, and you can just put it at one end.
Yeah.
And it's like impossible to, like, some of the 4v4 maps are crazy.
All right, so Data Haven here, he's going LEIG. He's gone espionage. Meanwhile, Tenchi with the triple grenadiers, and he has not selected battle group. So I am interested in how he chooses to play this.
Yeah, that's a little... if you see this many grenadiers, usually it's breakthrough and they have some MP40s.
I have seen some players really use masked grenadiers well, because when they're clumped up together, they do get some pretty decent DPS. The problem is they don't necessarily scale, but if you can stay in the game as Axis. All right, here comes the clown car to deal with the Bren section. Well, I just realized Bren's on an infantry section at the 6-minute mark. That's kind of nuts.
Oh, sorry I'm late. Apologies. How's it going, everyone?
You're
Pretty
good.
good, pretty good. Better than now that you're here.
Yeah, rather splendid Cromwell in the chat now as well. Perfect. Okay. So, Jamie, just to catch you up. So what we've got is two basically the same game back to back. So we're going to watch the first one and then talk about what we would do differently for the losing team and then see what they actually do. So we get to see that kind of in one go, which I think is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
Clearly some communication here. The Pioneers thought about picking up the machine gun, chose not to, let the Grens grab it. I like that. Axis players working together.
Yeah, the Allied players are taking some pretty hard losses so far to start this game, but they're not really losing map control yet. It's still pretty even. Yeah, they're just on a little bit of VP bleed, but not crazy. And actually, I really like these assault engineers with the flamethrower. I would say when you have two of them, I would consider going, getting a third out and getting a sweeper, because good teams will always start throwing mines down. Oh, Tenchi already going support elements. And he's got the Panzer Grenadier company out. So, potential to see naval warfers. And Stug Gs. Normally you see support elements with the Luftwaffe company for the Wirbelwind and the Martyr. I like this. I like this push here. Engineers kind of leading the way, and now the Brit section's moving up. And random target did go infantry training, so these sections are gonna be absolutely savage against infantry as they scale. And you've got Tenchi playing still heavily with Grenadiers, but I think 4 sections with infantry training weapons upgrades will actually do fairly well against Panzer Grenadiers if that's the route that Tenchi chooses to go. The question is if he gets the Stummel out. Well,
Stummel's so good.
It is. It really is. If you're Wehrmacht playing against a ton of infantry, like I'm a huge fan of the Stummel, clearing team weapons, clearing like rifle heavy builds. It's still really good. I know the meta for Wehr now is Luftwaffe, but yeah. I love me some Panzer Grenadiers.
I've been placing a couple of Regal mines and converting it to the Stummel.
Of course you're placing Regal mines. Hey, internet. Rather splendid Cromwell likes big mines. Yeah.
I just mean that it's like, okay, he's got the Stummel, he can't have placed any, you know? And then false sense of security. That's what gets them.
I think if they have an internet connection that's not dial-up, if they see your name, like I'm just like sweepers on everything immediately.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I like this from John C. So double half track, one with the quad mount, one with the 75 mil. The quad mount is great against DAC, and actually it's a really good call against espionage. I don't know that he's necessarily been given any indicators that espionage is the choice, but it's great because that quad 50 will burn down some infantry, and then can still counter some of the lighter vehicles. And normally when a DAC player goes espionage, they play heavily into tier 2. So you see the flak filling, you see the Pack 38s, etc. Satchel comes. Almost a little bit of fresh. Wow, that's a sturdy building. It just ate that satchel. Oh, and John C. read my mind. Do you see you got a third engineer with the minesweeper? Oh man, that warms my heart. 75 mil chasing this flak filling. These engineers got to be careful. They could get burned down here. Oh my gosh. But dude, how is he?
Yeah. You've been playing with the engineers, right, Shark? Do you enjoy that play?
I do. I wish they scaled a little better, because you get into the late game and it's I don't know. It's what Coastal should be. Like they just they just run up and die. But early.
Do you remember?
Go ahead.
Do you remember in CoH3 that you could remember recovery sappers and you could give them Bren guns from the stock so that they could scale a little bit better? I used to love doing that.
Oh, the hammer package with the armor and the Vickers K. Yeah, they were broken.
Not the Vickers. The Vickers was weirdly like it didn't work properly. Like firing on the move was bugged. Like the Sten guns actually did more damage than the Vickers, weirdly enough. But the Bren guns are really good to make them scale into the late game.
So, unrelated, Tenchi has gone Stug G and Naval Warfare, which is an interesting build. Right now the Stug G just kind of spinning in the circle there. Yeah, someone over at Relic loves sappers because they are a super overpowered engineer unit in every version of this game. Oh no, the sneaky Panzer Grenadiers coming in, the double sticky
no.
quad 50 knocked out. That's a big pickup.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, you gotta be careful putting them next to those side blockers. Like that happens, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and there are a lot of little sight blockery paths, light vehicle restricted movement paths on this map that I know can make it a little frustrating to play at times.
I think Data Haven also used his Funk Panzer wagon to let those Pigrins get close.
He did. So it was good play on his part. And yeah, this is the problem with engineers, right? Like now they're at range, they're gonna get suppressed and then really just burned down. And the Panzer Grenadiers took no damage from that. Zook's gonna come in, but oh my god. the movement animation of the flak filling.
I saw that too.
It's like it's on skates. Oh man, this is problematic. Oh no. That 75 mil, just one more shot from the Pac 38, but it won't hit. Yeah, lucky he's getting out. Got out of the way there.
Remember Cheeky Satchel with the engineer?
Yeah, it didn't hit anything though, did it?
No, it did not. If he would have retreated those Panzer Grens, I think they would have walked right into it.
Yeah. Still no battle group pick from Tenchi. Yeah, that's a good choice. So I think he's probably either going, I guess, mechanized for the late game Vespa and the Panther, or potentially Luftwaffe for the manpower hacks and the loiter. And they've knocked out the quad 50, so the loiter is still very viable. Random target going Crusaders. Looks like Crusaders are really, really good on this map with all the sight blockers and the flanking routes. If you can keep them moving and keep them microed. Oh man, these engineers just like not doing what they need to do, like doing almost no damage to those Panzer Pioneers. This is when engineers become really frustrating to play with. Another naval barrage coming in.
If you're gonna use them, you can have to use them like in a concentrated blob, you know, like to deal as much damage as possible. The way he's using them now, it feels not economical.
I feel like, I mean, to me they're kind of balanced. Like maybe if they had a little bit more damage in the early game, that would actually probably make them really tilting to play against. But because they don't scale super well, they're like an early game unit that you use to claw in some map control. But then you got to make some other choices. The problem is if you choose armored, you don't have any other elite infantry choices. Nice placement on the Pac 40. Stug G. Liberator says, how do we feel about the Stug G pick? So I'll pass it one over to you, Garrett. How do you feel about the Stug G route for Tenchi here?
That was interesting because Random had only been getting out sections up to the Crusader that he just got out. So I'm not sure why he jumped the gun on the Stug G if he plans on just... Oh, he's getting out 2 of them. I was about to say, maybe he plans on spamming them. But... What battle group did he go? Oh, he still hasn't picked one yet. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's just interesting because there was no really light vehicles on the field. Nothing for those. They weren't necessary. But maybe he just wanted armor to, you know, continue that dominance.
Oh, yeah. He just locked into Mac with the spotting scopes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Yeah. Oh, you see a fighting position now going down on this southern VP.
That's okay, right?
Yeah, it's okay. It creates a little bit of a dilemma for the Brit player. But, I mean, the Crusader, if it finds it, it'll just go knock it out. So, it's fine. At least it's not password protected like the trenches from CoH3.
I kind of almost missed the trenches in CoH3. I know they were, like, not loved by the fan base.
I think as a general rule, the campy gameplay, like, is fun against the AI, but against humans is the most tilting thing on the planet.
Yeah, 100% agree.
Jossie, glad to join Rightism. No, you're doing just fine. And that, actually, we've if you go back to watch, there are a couple things I had some comments for you, and they're like, "Oh, he just did that thing, cool." Ooh, target weak point.
I love target weak point.
Yeah, 75 mil unable to follow up. It is a little bit tilting, especially on the 2-pounder. it like disables the main gun on a Tiger, you're like, get out of here with that.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Oh, foot guards walk right into an MG42 in a fighting position. They wisely retreat.
I feel like he went round, and he was going to go round, and then he just went back. Did you see that?
Yeah, that's probably a little bit of like pathing, like in-game pathing, where the game's like, no, you definitely want to go in front of the machine gun. I'm positive. You don't see it as much with the infantry. You see it a lot with vehicles. Like, yeah, I'll take this route that actually runs through the enemy's base. You're okay with that, right?
It's a tragedy.
It's usually my go-to play. Identify an MG and then friendly assault it.
Waiting on you.
Oh, I gotta turn all of you guys up. I can hear.
Johnsty, by the way, has thrown his third satchel of the game. I'm glad he's using satchels. I love satchels, but he's tossing them left and right like they're candy.
I mean, are they not?
They're
Easy.
delicious, yeah.
So easy 8 on the field, 17 minutes. That's pretty good. Whether or not the allies know it, I would say this is their power spike right here. So they need to. Oh, and this is where those Stug G's looking like a real good decision right now. This is the chance for the allies to really make a lot of progress and shove the game in their favor. Because if you let this go just a little bit longer, right? Tenchi prioritized getting the Vespa out. Oh, nice pickup on the flak for Lang. Crusader on the flank here, forced to back out before the Pack 38s go nuts. What artillery is that coming in?
The Nebel?
No,
Or is that the
I thought there was
Westbrook?
some for the allies. It might have been the 75 mil barrage. I think that's what it was. Yeah, so we're gonna see a lot of artillery here in the late game. A second Crusader. Tenchi building another fighting position, this time towards the center. So maybe he should have gone coastals. If he wants
Another
to play
fighting
this.
position. What's going on? What's happening?
Playing the ratchet strap approach. And these Grens, I have to hand it to them. The Grens have been doing a lot of good work. Oh, that 75 mil at some risk here.
Recently, been seeing the Grens really concentrated in play. Like people use them together. That long range, concentrated firepower.
Yeah, and they clear a 6-pounder. Wow, the Firestorm getting some really nice
yeah.
scatter on it. And all these sections taking a ton of damage. Wow, what is that?
That's a massive scatter. Holy shit.
It was like following them.
That was weird. I don't think I've seen this. That's like the whole screen, dude. What's
Yeah.
going on?
Yeah. Maybe because of the tree and the rock was there and it's like not part of the playable area of the map.
It avoided it, maybe, but that's crazy. Yeah, that is huge. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Even if you miss, you can't miss. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right. Well, now we're going to have to test that. Call in the Firestorm on a part of the map that doesn't exist and see if the Firestorm triples in size.
It's weird because any other indirect, if there's a building or something in their way, it just gets blocked. But instead, it was like, well, we'll just make it bigger.
Yes, the magic auto-firing indirect. Well, so these Crusaders, good against the fighting position, may challenge against the Stugs, but the smoke there on the VP actually buys them some time. Mortar coming in on this fighting position as well. I think it's interesting that he chose to use fighting positions. Oh, nice white phosphorus rocket, Johnsty. I like that. I think
It is cool.
the Stugs. Oh, and I like this placement of the Kettencod on the side there to make sure that there's no chance to flank the
No
fighting position.
flanking. That's crazy.
That's smart. That's some 200 IQ level play. Oh, double flamethrower onto the invincible machine gun. Who will win? The machine gun's going to retreat. Easy 8 takes a shot at those pioneers, forces them away. Oh, so the DAC player's gone for the tungsten rounds as well. So Easy 8 not really safe at this point from anything that the Axis have to throw at it. Oof. Artillery, that's the Vespa coming in on those engineers to just toss one guy in pieces. The more I'm seeing these Stug Gs, especially with the spotting scopes, like, man, they are a great way to hold this ground here in the center because their frontal armor is so high. The Crusaders can't really reliably penetrate the front. And
Yeah, I
then
guess Tenchi must have known that was coming. The Crusader spam. That is a good counter. Which that's I feel the meta for Brits right now. You get a lot of Crusaders out, like the light, medium tanks. Just
Yeah.
get a bunch of them out.
The other thing that's funny, if you look over on the North VP, Johnsty has built a fighting position. So, seeing a little bit of a emplacement play. Panzer III has found it. Crusaders looking to get some flank shots off. They do get a couple flanks on the Stug, but the Pak-38 with the incendiary rounds is going to force them away immediately. Johnsty, you know what you need is you need a wrecker to repair all of these vehicles. And that is a take that I will really lean into. The way Jamie loves big mines, that's how I feel about the wreckers.
More of a Polston gamer these days.
Oh, P3 getting hunted by these Zooks and a 75 mil. Actually, I like this. So Johnsty trying to like kind of cave in the side here. The Axis player is kind of clumped up in the middle. I'll use the attack map for a second. Yeah, and so you kind of see like if he can lean in with these easy 8s, get a cheeky kill. I think that would be. He could potentially turn this with a big flank. A little static, that's okay there. A little bit of patience is all right. Oh, another firestorm coming in. And Johnsty, I don't think he sees it. He's probably microing the opposite side of the map. There's the retreat. Oh, with the naval warfare.
That's brutal.
I can't believe they got away. Stug's moving up. Now this is the easy 8 push. Trying to catch this P3. He's got to be careful of these Panzer Grenadiers with the incendiary munitions. The AT grenades do a lot of damage, so he's going to back out instead. He did get the Pak-38 to flip around. Yeah, so 2 Pak-38s there, but I like this because he's basically caved in this side. So guaranteed resources and 1 VP. Tenchi finally going tier 4. And random target had armored vehicle training queued up and then backed out of it. I really think with 3 Crusaders, you need to start thinking about that armored vehicle training. Yeah, Assault Grenadiers get away from the easy 8s. Alright, and here's the Brit push in the middle. The Stug's taking some shots, so they're not, until they do the point blank barrage, not really going to threaten those infantry sections. If they can clean up, oh, the LEIG... This is a nice push, but the double Pak-38, that easy 8 is done.
Damn.
And that P3 is going to get away. Oh, fortunately, the easy 8 avoids the volley. Oh, here comes the sections. They cleared the LEIG. You have a barrage coming in on the Pak-38s. Oh, 1 Pak-38 goes down. Now the easy 8 thinking about pushing. Infantry section's starting to bleed, so they end up retreating. Satchel, 4th satchel, if you're counting. Pak-38 knocked out. Could have just used the easy 8 to kill it. But, you know.
I feel like he could have actually used that pack. That's where they decided to kill it.
Yeah. This is the struggle, though, for allies. Like, if you don't knock out that Panzer III, if you don't actually cement some kills here, you start to kind of dig yourself a hole. Tenchi is now going for armored skirts. Oh, Otto just brought up random target. Didn't choose the volunteer infantry. He chose the pillage from the battle group, which is a interesting choice. But yeah, he's floating a lot of manpower now. But yeah, with 6 infantry, 7 infantry squads on the field, you definitely want that volunteer infantry for the manpower hacks, even though it's absolutely hated in the meta.
I wonder if the thought process was, since he's up against all these grenadiers, he's kind of farming munitions, which is, you know, I think that could be, if you use those munitions, that's a good strat there. That may have been his thought process.
Yeah, it makes sense.
He does have a lot of munitions.
Yeah, and I wonder what he plans to use them on. There are not a lot of munitions heavy battle group abilities. We see the armored vehicle training coming up now.
He'll get airburst eventually, right?
Yeah, I think he does. I think he just used it
Sick.
30
Yeah.
a little bit ago.
You can spam that.
Especially
especially
against some of those Pak-38s.
Exactly.
naval coming in. Actually, that's going to do a ton of damage to these engineers. Oh, the splash. But they're, again, going to just barely get away. Now, yeah, Allies made a big push here through the center. They've got VP at least control lead. All right, the Easy-8s going for this P3.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. They're not going to be able to finish it out. Pack 3 gets another shot. That incendiary round is going to burn that Sherman down. Oh, no. Did it get killed by the Panzer Grenadiers?
I think there was a Pack 38 that just barely was able to get a shot off.
So I know it was burning down, but like, you know, if the MG34 has got enough penetration, because the incendiary is not supposed to actually kill the vehicle. It's supposed to burn it down to like a fraction of health. But man, losing that Easy-8 and now another one engine critted and forced back.
Bookguard's able to wipe a Stug.
Yeah, that is a big pickup there. You gotta imagine Tenchi, he's floating some command points here. He's got his tier 4 out, so he's got some options. The biggest thing it looks like he's struggling for is fuel. Oh, Crusaders on the big Stug flank.
Wow, great flank.
Yeah.
They just gotta get out of there.
Wow, the fire rate so high. Jaegers with the Shreks do a little bit of damage, but those Crusaders, well, the Pack 38, oh, it fight, and that's good micro to pick the right Crusader to shoot at.
He did get random target has researched armored vehicle training, by the way, at this point.
And now Tenchi laying a bunch of mines over on the south side, trying to lock that one in. Yeah, it looked like he did back tech to Luftwaffe Company, and he got a Jaeger out, and that's it. That's why he's so short on fuel. So the Axis, they've got some time because they built a nice heavy VP lead to kind of figure out how they want to approach this, and it looks like they are going to push, at least initially, push the Allies off this North VP. John C is considering rotating over. These assault engineers kind of running through the middle. I like the lighted up, but in the open, the flames just don't do a ton of damage. The Panzer Grenadiers just kind of laughed at that.
That was really sad.
Yeah. And like, you know, good use of the Vet 1 ability, it just didn't do anything. Oh my gosh, this Kettenkrad getting all kinds of veterancy from mines going off.
All those mines.
Yeah.
Oh man.
But the Allies say, like, honestly, we don't care. We're still just trying to kill this P3. Crusaders chasing it. Oh, fortunately, infantry set off the mine. And the Crusaders and the Easy-8 knock out the P3. That is a big pickup. It would have been bigger if the Tiger just hadn't hit the field.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's the big issue for these guys here.
That's how it feels right now. Is like you're like, oh, I've killed so many tanks. I really hope there's not a Tiger, and then there's a Tiger.
Yeah.
I think they're in a really good spot to deal with the Tiger, actually. Between the two guards, both have the stun. They got three Crusaders, 2 Easy-8s. I think that'd be okay.
Oh, actually, yeah, you're right.
They are. Oh man, look at all these human shields fighting human minesweepers over here. I think they are in a decent spot, but like it's one of those things where if the Tiger is microed well, you're gonna find it's gonna be difficult to like corner it and kill it without putting a lot of your lighter vehicles at risk. Oh my god, these Panzer gonna hit. Oh, they just continue to hit mines. Well done, John C. planting all these cheeky mines. The Tiger randomly backing towards the front line. That's an interesting pathing choice.
Weird stuff.
Yeah. And look at this little like hunter-killer pack we've got here. 3 Crusaders, 2 Easy-8s. 3 shots come in and all 3 bounce 4, 5. All right, finally 1 penetrates. That is lore accurate, I believe is the term. Now the Easy-8s come up. Pack 38 in the back, but still won't take a shot. So that Tiger's going to need to repair.
was weird. I feel like if they did like a coordinated all in there, I think it would have been fine. But because they took turns,
Yeah.
fighting the tiger at the front, I think it
Yeah.
was a bit strange.
Yeah, and they know there's a lot of AT guns in the back line, so it's kind of it's intimidating to want to chase that tiger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I suppose the Easy 8s don't have that free smoke, which is always handy.
Johnsty unlocking all of his mechanized support center upgrades, improvised armor, this rapid repair. This is a replay.
Defend our victory point. We're losing it.
All right, so now we see fighting positions going in on the middle. Oh, this infantry section on the Firestorm with MG42.
Oh god.
All right, everyone, stop what you're doing. Build engineers, get minesweepers, please, for love of God.
I feel like an airburst barrage would go a long way at Tenchi's VP or at the beach. I feel like he's just been sitting there
Yeah,
for so long.
now we're gonna see another bunker come in. At least it's not coastals. All right,
Yeah.
Johnsty, he's found the tiger
Oh,
and immediately takes a ton of Pack 30. Oh my God! Thank God that round bounced. Easy 8's gonna get away. Johnsty went for the global repair, but he doesn't have a ton of munitions, maybe because he's been spamming satchels. And so probably not going to be able to use that. Sorry, Johnsty. You know I love you. I'm just giving you a hard
he
time.
did throw a fifth one at one point.
Zook's going to hop into this building here, and the tiger's like, cool. I'll just start shooting at you. Wow. They got out just in time. The Pack 38's knocked out the building.
Yeah, that was cinematic.
Honestly, look at that. I like this play. The white phosphorus round. You got a little bit of a waste of the airburst barrage. It forces the Pack 38s back. I like the combined play, though. Oh, no. These Zooks are all clumped up. The tiger will smash them if they sit still. Or if it bothers to shoot. The assault grenadiers force him away, though. It looks like... Oh, wow. The assault grenadiers do pick up one Zook squad. Meanwhile, the triple crusaders knock out the defensive position on the south side.
Yeah, they just kind of pulled up, battered it down. They took out a Kettenkrad too, I believe. Yeah, they did.
Yeah, so Allies doing a good job managing this. But right now, there's actually no VP drain, and so that's kind of an issue. You really don't want, now, Tiger on the field. You don't want these games to go super long. And we're already at the 33-minute mark. There does have the med bunker in base, and the Americans have put up med for the... So, yeah, I mean, they're ranged teams, so you kind of expect this, but that's the best way to do it as a combined team. All right, so more Jaegers with Shreks versus sections with Brens. Yeah, and then all the reluctant infantry are just like, you know what? Yeah, this is not going to go our way, and they retreat. Smart. Walking Stuka on the way out now for Data Haven. And I like that play, especially with all the fortifications going down, some of the team weapons.
Random target and Tenchi are pop capped is Johnsty and but Johnsty and Data Heaven aren't. So there's a bit of a dynamic going on here where the left side can't really get out anymore.
Well, so random targets got a ton of resources. Do you consider, you guys are both, you play more Brits, would you consider teching grants and swapping out, like slowly refitting and swapping out grants for those Crusaders? That Easy 8 almost goes down.
I don't know. I think I would just stick with the Crusaders, to be honest.
Yeah, the grants don't really seem to be doing it anymore, and maybe that's just my personal opinion, but I seem to have way more success with the speed from the Crusaders and the rate of fire.
Yeah. The 1919 in the middle knocked out, so a couple big pickups for the Axis there. Yeah, and then also, good point, Liberator. Maybe the pillage is working out for random target because he is, yeah, he's not really hurting for manpower, even with all that infantry on the field. And if you're getting that, he doesn't need the fuel either, but the munitions to feed those airburst assaults super helpful.
It's good to have munis in manpower in the back, but he has an excess. He should be building like caches or something. You know, this is a bit much.
Yeah, that's a good point. They could probably use some muni caches, especially on that back high muni, or any of the munis. That's something I always forget. I will be floating 1,000 manpower at the end of the game, and I'll realize, oh yeah, I could have been building caches.
Yeah, especially if munis is something he desires.
Yeah.
Building some muni caches.
Another airburst barrage coming in, targeting the Tiger. It forces a Pac-38 away. Actually, that's a good spot for it to support this easy 8 push on the Tiger, because you force the Pac-38s out. The problem is the white phosphorus round actually makes it harder for you to see and shoot at the Tiger. The white phosphorus is like a get away from me shot. And so this Tiger, it looks like he's going to get away, and now you've got the risk of a bunch of Faust coming in and a sticky. Oh, this poor easy 8.
Wow.
Feels a little bit.
Good grenade onto the AT gun, but it doesn't do anything. Oh man, a big loss there. Mortar pit knocked out. Oh, another firestorm coming in.
Oh,
Right on top of the foot guards. Oh, Crusaders going P4 hunting. Oh, and they're totally going to win this one. All these bunkers, because Tenshi... Oh, they don't push. The P4 is going to get away.
What? How are they scared of? Was it the Shreks?
The Shreks probably.
The Shreks, I think, would have probably taken care of those Crusaders.
Oh, foot guards coming in. They're going to look... They think about it, but then they're forced away by the Tiger. Wow, that's kind of a wild engagement there. And yeah, missed opportunity for Johnson to knock out these Pac-38s. You thinking about it?
He still can, yeah. He's got plenty of time.
He needs to, like...
Oh, don't run away! Shoot the things!
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so the advice that I always got from Ares and from Orange Pest is like, team weapon on the ground, like pick it up or destroy it, but don't leave it there for your opponent to get back. Look at the repair rate on this Tiger, though. It is almost back to full health.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
That's tragic.
That's he did get the advanced field repairs, so that's fair. You want to invest into that? I'll allow it. Now John C is throwing down some caches. Yeah, yes, minesweepers required for late game in this case, especially like when you see armored and a bunch of assault engineers on the field. The response has to be minesweeper. It's just like a good player. You don't want to plan on your opponent being bad. You should imagine you're playing against someone like a Ferrity or an Orange Pest every time. And a good player, a good player will always use those engineers to be like throwing down cover, throwing down mines whenever they can. Especially Armored doesn't have that many munition sinks, right? So they can always kind of throw mines down. I wish part of the battle group was to get them the big mines by default, but you can just go ISC for that if you want. Alright, Tiger has found an MG bunker on the north side. Gonna push that off. Another fighting position down south. Tenshi floating all of the resources in at 98 pop. Satchels. Fair enough. Yeah, satchels are munition sinks. They're like 50 munitions per.
I think 45? Sorry, I zoned out for a second. Were you asking how much satchels cost?
Yeah.
I believe it's 45. Yeah, yep, it's 45.
Yeah. So, to your point, Roll Die, I agree. Actually, the Vespa has not been used a ton that I've seen, and the Stuka has also been semi-inactive. You see a lot of Firestorm.
There's not like stationary things for them to shoot at, right? Like there's just a lot of mobile sections and mobile engineers and easy 8s.
I've seen the West Push shooting a lot, but it's been missing or just, you know, off at some area where they moved from.
Mm-hmm.
Tenshi now he's doing all of his officers' quarters upgrades. I mean, it's indicative of he has played this well. He's with the exception of losing that one Grenadier squad there, he hasn't really taken very many losses. A good micro. He has really abused the defensive position in that city. John C using the lighted up ability again. I think as a general rule, oh, here's the push for the Tiger. Oh, the 2 more Pack 38s on the backside. Crusaders knock out the Funkwagen, but they probably shouldn't have been focused on that. Oh no.
Oh.
Tiger goes down to the easy 8.
Wow.
But
Are they gonna get out of here?
No, there's no way. Oh, the Pack 38 stops to reset. What is happening? Tenchi needs to get over to help his teammate. Or Deda Havens. Just getting smashed down on.
Oh my god, I don't believe it.
And then they reset,
Another
but the
satchel.
engineers, another satchel, engineer standing on it. Boom. Okay.
Oh, either 2 of them.
Oh man. That was not a trade that the Axis really wanted. And it
Probably
doesn't
kill that carcass, right?
they should, but it's just pillage, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Both Easy 8s engine critted now. But look at this, Tenchi has continued in the process. John Stee. Doesn't have a record yet. The Axis players though have 2 of the 3 VPs. They have all 3. How did they grab? Oh no. Oh no, the map awareness is going to be the undoing of the allies here. They've got 25 seconds to cap these VPs. Scouts standing on the middle VP, but they're at a fraction of health. And Navalwerfer coming in. So they decap the center, but the Jaeger's standing right back on it. Scout squads does get knocked out. Engineers on the north VP. Oh my, now Walking Stuka comes in. Both foot guards go down to the artillery. We were just talking about
that's a lot of manpower.
Yeah, section gets knocked out. Gren's still standing on the VP. The tanks come over trying to help. Oh, a 3rd Easy 8 on the field. An infantry section killed on the south, so the Axis will hold that. They're going to grab the center here. Just a single VP left for the Allies, and this is going to be it. They're going to take this VP. There's nothing left for them to do. Wow. Wow.
Oh. I think they had what I like to call tiger vision there at the end. And they forgot like the objective's not to kill the tiger, it's actually to win on VPs.
Yeah, that's brutal. Oh
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, that was a good game. Okay, so first thing, let's talk takeaways there. There's a lot of stuff in the chat that I want to highlight. Minesweeper, right? Like, just get a Minesweeper out. Is good micro for all the players putting the mines down, right? But when you see so many pioneers on the field, when you see assault engineers, get that Minesweeper. The artillery, we were dogging them a little bit for the artillery not being super active. It was at the end there. It was at the end. Yeah. Jamie, your thought, the tiger vision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do that too. Like, oh, we got the tiger, and it's like you got 10 VPs and no hopes. It's like, it's a bit tragic. I think it's interesting what you're doing with pillage, but I feel like if you're going to do that and you plan on spamming your munis on airburst, I feel like the airbursts were like a little bit lacking. Maybe, do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like they should have been on the packs or dislodging him. He had that VP at the coast for so long. I think like one airburst and like a Crusader would have pushed him off for good.
Yeah. What's the counter to the airburst? Is that the saturate? No, that's the mortar. There is no counter choice to the airburst, right?
That's a good question. I actually don't go that battle group very often.
I believe you have to take it.
Yeah, I think it is really critical. Like, this is nitpicking, random target, but there were a couple times where I felt like the airburst was like not optimally used. And
yeah,
because even if you're using pillage and you're stacking munitions, it still costs a lot, and you can't spam it. And what you don't want to do is get to a point in the late game when you need it and you don't have it. So I think, the best use of some of these abilities are in support of the offense. So I'm pushing, I'm going to throw this airburst behind their team weapons. So as I push, they go to back up, and they basically have to choose between being destroyed in place, being destroyed by the artillery. And I think part of this, I will just say, like, I know there are ranged teams. I don't know if these guys are on voice comms. I think if you are playing with a partner consistently, you actually got to spend some time talking about how you communicate in game. There is some stuff good players will just do for their teammate. But like that comes with time and with reps as a team. I think in general, you're better off over communicating as you start and then going from there. What were you going to say, Jamie? I know you had something.
No, I feel like yeah. You kind of said it for me actually. I feel like the Allied team, they almost did some really cool like arranged pushes together, combining up the air burst with the tank pushes, to move the AT guns around. It just wasn't quite like textbook. It was like a few seconds too late or a few seconds too early. Just wasn't quite there to catch the Axis when they needed to. I feel like there was potential to do it when the Tiger just came out, when the Axis were like a little bit on the back foot, and I feel like they could have just went all in and won the game there. I feel like they were maybe a bit fearful of the Pac 38s.
Yeah, it can be so hard to tell. Like when you're casting, you can see like, oh, they're really on the back foot. But it can be so hard to tell that it's a good time to really push. Okay, so I want to pivot a little bit. Obviously, like, great play from the Axis hanging there. Tenchi, I feel like, if you want, like, made some interesting choices, but fantastic Wehrmacht 2v2 play. Like, he really won that game for the Axis team by holding down those 2 VPs. But let's talk more the double header point of view of this, because I think this is what makes this even more interesting. All right, so. And now you don't necessarily have, when you're auto matching, you don't have time to sit there and be like, because you might see like, oh, we're loading in, it's the same people, same map. So you get like 15 seconds to coordinate with your teammate. If this was a tournament, and obviously you're not necessarily going to play, again, Allies versus Axis in the same way, but let's say you played these guys before. Like, what do you take from the first match as the Allies and say, all right, we did this. This is how they played. This is how I want to go into the next match. So, Garrett, I'll start with you. What do you think you're telling your teammate that you need to do differently in the second game?
I think there were a couple. They, like you guys were saying, they weren't aggressive enough on the flanks. I think they were working good as a team. I'm talking from the Allies' perspective too. They were working good as a team in the middle. I feel like they almost, if they think they're going up against those same dudes again, same lanes, you almost want to consider asking your teammate to switch lanes, because I think Johnsty, with the units he had and his play style, might have worked better if they had just completely flipped and Random had taken all his sections, all his stuff, and gone over to the other side. You want to stay in your lane, but also it's 2v2 map. It's not that big, so you're not really losing much if you switch lanes. I feel like a lot of times you can have some success if you're communicating with your teammate and you feel like you know what the enemy's going to do. I know he's going to do Grenadier spam. I know he's going to get out Stugs or stuff like that. If your teammates have a more optimal build, you can try switching and just seeing how that plays out.
I think that's a great point. They could have even done that in the first game, because you're right. The builds, infantry sections of Crusaders is much better suited to like the open farm side of Santuario versus the assault engineers, easy eights. I think that works better on the cemetery, like the city side. So I agree with you there. Okay, Jamie, what are you thinking about going into a second game with these guys?
I was thinking, maybe, forgive me, I don't know his name, the American player.
Johnsty,
I feel like you could, Johnsty, yeah, that's it, Johnsty. I feel like Johnsty might benefit from having a more conventional infantry corps that's going to scale against these Panzergrens. There's like this really long, like maybe like 8-minute period where the fun period's over and you're waiting for your Easy 8s to arrive, where you're just getting bled, like getting really bled. Maybe stop using the flame on ability in the open.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It was just really hard to watch sometimes. Obviously, like, you know, I'm garbage and I build Polstons all the time, but yeah, I really feeling really bad for those engineers just running into MG34 and P-Grens. P-Grens are vetting up so well; they're doing so good,
Mhm.
and they were such a ball ache for John Steve throughout the game, like snaring all his Easy 8s, Vet 3 just monsters to deal with.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think maybe choosing a more conventional build with infantry that's going to scale alongside the P-Grens to help your armor later on. I think that'd be a more economical choice for you in terms of manpower bleed.
Yeah, I definitely I go back and forth on how to handle espionage, right? Because in theory, you're like, okay, well, I'll go armored and I'll play with light vehicles. I get the motor pool, go Greyhounds, because those Panzer Grenadiers do scale really well and they will bleed your infantry. The problem, though, is the incendiary munitions on the AT guns, and they will absolutely slap down Greyhounds, Chaffies, that sort of thing. Maybe the answer is armored, but you don't go for assault engineers, but you go for Scots. You like prioritize getting Scots out early. You go with a more of a rifle heavy build, like you were saying, a little more conventional. On the British side, I mean, I thought he was fine. Like you said, Garrett, he was on kind of the wrong side of the map for it, but I thought the play was fine, or the build especially was fine. I think if you're going into that match again, here's where it gets really tricky. As the allies, you want to adjust your build to beat what they did, but not overinvest. Because if I'm the Axis team, and I mean, I'm a little chaos gremlin, but if I see I'm playing the same team again, I am 100% doing a different strategy and a different build in the next game. So like if I went espionage and infantry heavy on the DAC side, then I'm going armored support, tier 3 mechanized company, 8 rods, like, you know what I mean? Like I'm just going to totally change it on them. I do think in this case, we'll see where their starting positions are. So actually let's do that. Let's load up the second one. Look at their starting positions, have a little bit, spend another 30 seconds or so talking about that, and then we can roll into the second game. If that works for you guys. Garrett, if you got I know you said you only have a little bit of time, so if you got to bounce, like just go for it.
Yeah, I think I may have to head out. Family is about 10 minutes out, but I'm gonna try to. I want to see how this plays out, so I'm gonna rewatch the stream later because I want to know what they do different in this second match, because that first one was good. It was a really good fight. Okay.
Well, yeah, I appreciate you hopping in. Enjoy time with your family. I hope you get your lift in there. Let's okay, so we've got Axis I think it's actually the same colors. Thank you, Relic, and whoever did this new replay. They're the same color, so this is going to keep it nice and clean. So they're switched laterally on the map, but Tenchi's still in the city side, and Dedahaven is still on the farm side. Jamie, are you loading up Johnsty too? I think Jamie died. Okay.
I'm here. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm on 19 seconds. Apologies.
19 seconds. Okay.
Yeah. You just go in and then let me know when you're there, and I'll continue to play.
Okay. All right, Roger. All right, and then actually it's the same setup. So you've got Johnsty on the farm side, and you've got random target on the city side. Okay, I'm just gonna tell you how I would think about this, and then you guys either in the chat or Jamie can tell me where I'm wrong. If I am random target, I'm probably going a heavy armor battle group, multiple sappers, a couple of sections but fewer sections, and really just trying to abuse the city. If I'm Johnsty, he doesn't have special operations, so I think I'm probably going. I would go totally different. I would go Paras. Right? Because the Paras will hold up against the Panzer Grenadiers if he goes the espionage route. If he doesn't, you still have all the you can basically para drop the AT guns, then you go straight into tier 4. So here, let me flip this over so people can see just a little bit better. So That's what I'm thinking for the allies. For the Axis, if I'm Tenchi, I'm playing the exact same way, but going coastals. Because all those bunkers, as long as he can control, man, he can turn that thing into an absolute mess with AT bunkers. Mechanized still works. I don't think you need Luftwaffe. Haven, in this open side of the map, I know. Oh, he doesn't have armored. Oh, well, probably espionage then. You could go Guastas. I don't think Burstleria are as strong in 2s. I think they kind of suffer. So, it depends. If Johnsty sees this, if he sees their commander lineup and he knows armored is not an option, then I'm assuming he goes espionage again. And I'm going to lean into I'm going to lean into Paris at that point. Because I don't want to have to deal with the incendiary rounds. But okay. Jamie, any counter thoughts there before we kick this one off?
No, I totally agree with everything you said. I just think that random target just needs to incorporate 1x1 pulsed into the build, and then it's perfect. I think he can carry on.
When in doubt, Polston's out, right? All right.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. So I'm unpausing now, and then around the 18-second mark, I'll time you in.
Nice.
Let's see. So Tenchi going Krod, get infantry company. Okay, so no change there. John C going weapon support center. He's got his scouts. Getting a second scout and then an engineer, and he's gone Paris. Okay, nice. Random target, section command post. No second sapper, but a Vickers this time instead. And Haven has gone Bersaglieri in a 250. Did I forget? What did I forget? What did I forget?
What time are you on?
Oh, we're at 44. Yeah, I forgot.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm the worst.
I was like, this description's so long.
Oh my god, I'm terrible at this.
I'm coming. Hold on. Let me fast forward a little bit.
All right, I'm at like 55 right now.
Okay.
All right, we've seen the Pathfinder conversion from John C. He did it. I think he held them out in headquarters. Steph and JF talked about this. Get all your scouts out first, and then do the Pathfinder conversion. You can keep them at 3-man later. Jamie, what time are you at, man?
Oh, did you pause? Sorry, I'm at 1:15.
You're 150 or 115?
1:15. 1:5.
Okay, go and fast forward to the 2-minute mark. We'll sync this up. We'll sync it up. I like this team countercapping. Not countercapping, but backcapping with the Kettenkrad here.
I'm at the 2-minute mark.
2-minute mark. I'm at 145. I will try not to forget this time. Vickers going into the middle. Double Gren's going out. All right. I'm at 155.
Okay.
So almost. 58, 59. 2 minutes.
Cool.
All right. Sweet. We are finally synced up. Okay. So Pathfinder's out here against Bursa. I actually really like this matchup for Johnsty. Pathfinders versus Bursas, they'll do okay, and then once the Paras come out, the Bursas are going to really struggle to hold the field. Haven has only gotten 2 Bersaglieri out, and he's already teching his light support company. So maybe he sees this. Yeah, he sees the Pathfinders, and maybe he adjusts here. The one thing, though, with Pathfinders, you don't have to worry about snares. You can assume that Zooks will be on the field. Pathfinders slide over to try to bleed these Bersaglieri. Actually, Bersaglieri kind of coming in a little slow to react. And they are going to take some damage from these paths. Zooks come up. Oh, I can't believe both those shots hit. I was really waiting for the Zooks to just hit that wall.
Yeah, really bad start for Lev. Like a nightmare start to Lev, to be honest.
Yeah. Not the way he wanted it to go, but his Bursas on the VP are in green cover, so they'll be able to kind of stand there and take a little bit of this. Pathfinder's just kind of ignoring the Bursas, which is funny. Tenchi, 3 Grenadiers again, so pretty much the same boost. No, I don't think they do. I don't think they get a combined arms buff from the vehicle. So Tenchi, 3 Grens into Panzer Grenadier Company. All right. So one Axis player has changed it up, and one Axis player has not so far. Wow, and Haven, he's already going for the Bersaglieri bolsters, so pretty quick accumulation of command points. John C. going Mechanized Support Center. with airborne. I like the synergy there. The 76 mil Sherman out in the late game. And so now it's just a matter, two 1919s, I think that's great against Bursas. Two 1919s are a great counter as long as you micro them appropriately. I think random target needs to consider getting a mortar out to deal with some of these like Grenzen buildings. He had one last game.
Awkward.
Oh, these paths are in trouble. The Pioneers, the flamethrower. Yeah, they're going to back out. The Zooks are there to support. We are going to see Panzer Grenadiers this time around. One of the infantry sections has a boys AT upgrade.
That's weird.
Yeah, especially against Wehrmacht. I wonder what the thought...
Maybe a misclick?
Potentially.
Or... He didn't build Stubble last game, did he? Did he build any light vehicles, did he?
No. He went straight into
weird.
double Stug. Yeah. I mean, there's a Kettenkrad, but like, I feel like boys AT to shoot a Kettenkrad is a little bit of a misplay.
Overkill.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, because last time he went 3 Grens, which I thought was maybe a mistake. Maybe one scope. I always think you should have at least one, you know?
Yeah. Oh, they almost get the grenade off. There it is. Grenade coming in on the Vickers. Oh, wow. That grenade did a ton of damage.
Big damage.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's a race for the Vickers. And it looks like the Grens are going to get it.
Yeah, they are. They can just merge it immediately. Oh, no, that squad. That's a rough retreat path. But the sections don't...
He's lucky.
They don't focus it. There it is. They pick that up. Mortar coming in. Vickers cleared again. This section's just duking it out with Grens and Piles in the center. Oh man, that's a lot of bleed.
Yeah, it's just a nasty fight.
Yeah, random target really on his heels now, and the Panzer Grenadiers just showing up. Johnsty is recovering his side of the map. Oh, Johnsty, don't throw frag grenades at 250s. The paras, no, I like this build order for Johnsty. As long as he doesn't put, he put the 1919s on the paras. So yeah, don't put the Zooks on the paras, just get Zook squads. These Panzer Grenadiers are going to be a problem. So random target has gone heavy armor battle group, but instead he's going for the Vet 1 vehicle training.
These Panzer Grenadiers are going to be chaos in this urban area.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Especially if they get the Veterans the upgrade. So map looks very different early game, and actually, like, I don't know if the ally players are still tired from the previous game, but they are very much on the back foot. Random target, who did a lot of heavy lifting in the previous game with his Crusaders, now he's been really kind of shoved back. At least they had their +10 fuel. Oh wow, Sappers force away Panzer Grenadiers. That feels like a little bit of a balance mismatch.
Yeah, I think the flamethrower and the way that they were bundled,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I feel like it was maybe like, I'm surprised they're leaving with as many models as they are, to be honest. They lost like a model.
Yeah, well, I think it's part of like the way too close range, right, for that to be the right engagement. The Humber though, I love this. Chase down that 250. This is the 7-minute mark. If you bring a Humber out, you got to exploit it. Now here's the question: does he pursue? There's the Panzerjägers.
Oh no!
No, that Humber's done.
I don't think that's the play.
No, that's unfortunate. Well, but that's Dedahaven kind of coming over to the center with his Panzerjägers. Oof, that is rough. But Liberator, to your point, Panzer Grenadiers, yeah, keep Sappers at range. Oh, the Bersaglieri get a 1919 with the grenade. Don't underestimate the Bersaglieri grenade. It is very powerful, and I don't think it has a model damage cap. So
Victory point is under enemy control.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's supposed to be this way either. I think it might be an oversight, perhaps. It feels strange that they have that.
yeah, it might be part of their scaling. But here's the thing, though. So Johnsty is actually relatively close to be able to get a tank depot out. And so this is the problem with the US Airborne. If you don't cluster their resources early, they will start to run you over with tier 4 because they don't need to build anything else. You can drop the AT guns. Yep.
I love that.
Tenshi's going Stug G. He's playing it the exact same way.
We got a rebuild on the Humber.
Interesting. I mean, he's got heavy armor, so he has the opportunity to withdraw and refit if he decides it's not worth it. The only real threat to
drove. Did you see that? The half track drove right up to a mine and then did like a 180. It was so bizarre.
Yeah, really fortunate. Oh, the Humber immediately takes a Panzerfaust. Infantry sections. Oh, the Panzer Grenadiers. If they popped their Vet 1, they would have been able to kill that section. Here's the bundle. Oh, they're climbing over the fence. Oh.
That was hard.
Yeah, Kettenkrad knocked out by the 75 mil.
Nice.
I like this from John C. though. You see how he's like sliding into the middle to help his teammate? It's much more challenging from like a map awareness point of view, but especially with the rough start that Random Target had, I think it's really important that he did that. MG34 in the house. Yeah, they need to get some indirect onto this MG. He's going to use the 75 mil to bombard the building. Yeah, that MG is going to end up backing out. Stug G finds the Humber, but casemated gun not lined up to get a shot off. Someone should tell Tenchi it's okay to pick a battle group prior to the 15-minute mark. Hey, you know what? He just wants to keep his options open. Okay. Also, there's the Naval. Difference is one of the Gren squads went down in this game. But yeah, maybe he just really likes this build. And in all honesty, for the last game, it did not. It worked out pretty well for him. Yeah, I like that. Paras forced the MG away, and it's a good idea to retreat that MG just because the Paras are just going to immediately follow up with a grenade or a satchel if he gets into one of those buildings. Now, a lot of anti-infantry firepower focused on these Paras. Oh no, the Humber went down. Oh, he refit it. Okay, so he built that Humber. And he's like, yeah, you know what? Humber, not a great idea.
Yeah, I guess like once this 2G's like there, it's like, what's the point, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing you can, if you're lucky, you can. Oh my gosh, that Naval, the scatter on it almost knocks out the Paras. But I love this from John C with the Pathfinders doing some really aggressive capping on the north side of the map.
Beautiful.
VPs are pretty even this time around. The key for the Allies, I think, is not letting the Axis build a huge VP cushion like they did last game. And we do see. Now, Johnson, I'm going to nitpick you. If you move this med tent just a little bit further back, then everyone gets healing when they retreat to their base, and so there's no micro involved for the healing. Yeah, Random Target also has a very similar build, just different battle group. Which is interesting because I think if you look back at the last game, you'd say, okay, I didn't really win the city, so I should probably try something different. Oh, the infantry section.
Firepower.
Yeah, it is. Grenade comes in on the Zooks. Wow, I am shocked that they are still alive. Axis have the triple cap now and a P3 on the way for Dedahaven. So he's going straight to tier 4. I think that's smart. Oh, Pioneer smoked in the center. When I see that Pioneer with a Minesweeper go down, I start thinking, like, now's the time to start laying mines everywhere.
Yeah, I feel like this one section without an upgrade needs the scoped rifles just for the flare. He keeps walking into the like entrenched positions and taking a lot of bleed.
Yeah, flares. I think it's kind of a slept-on upgrade sometimes because it like the Recce package improves your anti-infantry performance, but the flare is also super useful. Oh, big naval barrage comes in. 6 pound.
Nice.
Oh, 6 pounder's gonna survive. On the opposite side, man, these double flamer Pyos doing a ton of work. But again, 2 Pioneers, flamethrowers only. I'd start thinking about throwing a bunch of mines down. Kenshi did rebuild the Kettenkrad, yeah. His play with the Grens, so he locks in mechanized, goes straight for the Vespa and the spotting scope. The Gren play here has been really good. And I know Grens in 1v1s, Grens feel horrendously underwhelming at times, but keeping them together where they can mutually support, they're doing good work and taking a lot of control here in the middle. All right, everybody basically taking into tier 4 right now, simultaneously. Oh, this has got to be on prioritized vehicles. That these 75 mils will do work against the P3.
Jeez.
Some wasted shots there. And actually, the paras are good, but the double barrage.
That was beautiful. It needs to start moving now, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and actually the paras, if they don't start moving, they're going to bleed as well. The 75 mil, like, taking away their cover. Oh, I like this. The machine gun to stop the Panzerjägers from chasing 75 mils. That's huge. Don't forget, the Pathfinders are a good combat unit, right? They're much more durable than scouts. They do a lot more damage. Oh no, well, now they're dead, so it doesn't matter.
They're still, despite that last footage, they're still like the best combat capping unit, right? Like,
yes.
The best combat scout unit, for sure.
Yeah, so you can use them to hold ground in cover against Bursas, right? Especially as they vet up. Oh man, P3 is going to skate away. 75 mils looking to rotate over. Random target, though, is kind of bottled up here, and the Axis again have the triple cap on. Oh, bundle grenade coming in. Good dodge, but the grenade goes in on the... Oh, wow. The reaction on that. Well done.
Human reactions.
Yeah, I was not expecting that. And look at this. Tenchi doing a really good job being hyper aggressive here on the flank. Some of this counter capping. That is a... Oh, that's the strafing run. I don't hate that. It's a good choice. You basically force the infantry sections to displace. I think you just want to time that with a push from your teammate. The timing is just a little off. And so it just doesn't have the impact that you want. These paras... I know they're paratroopers, but running around kind of like unsupported, they're just going to end up bleeding for you.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
Yeah. Sherman hits the field though. The vanilla 75 mil. Honestly, I like this. It's a much better unit than it used to be. You've got the 75 mils to handle. Oh, nice little barrage comes in from the 75 mil half tracks. You've got them to deal with the P3. The Sherman can just start to chew up some of this Axis infantry for you. The Bursas can't do anything against the Sherman. Oh, Panzerjägers find the 75 mils. That is bad. Sherman's going to flip around. 75. Oh, it's just got to get out of there and be on prioritized vehicles or hold fire so it doesn't give itself away.
We lost a Gren. The Bren guns found it in the middle.
Wow, that's a nice pickup there. Yeah, the Sherman, I like this. Johnston needs to be super active with this Sherman to try to find himself some time.
The Yankers are chipping away at it on the rear armor.
Yeah, they will slowly over time. Wow, big hit from the Vespa. Infantry sections forced to retreat. Oh, get those. Oh, the paras on the Eagers retreat path. And that is going to be a huge pickup for Johnsty.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Do you have anyone who could pick up this rifle? Probably not, actually.
You could add his Pathfinders. I
don't think I'd want them to have it, you know what I mean?
I'd want to deny it to the enemy. I think you definitely need some engineers out. No ability to repair.
I'd put on engineers, for sure.
Yeah. So,
he's got his little mechanized repair thing, you know, in that fuel point.
Oh, did he throw it down there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he did. Okay, nice.
Was he going to pick it up with the Pathfinders?
Detta Haven has gone for a walking Stuka, which I don't know. I don't think that's as good of an option in this game because you haven't seen the team weapons. right? There's just one machine gun, one AT gun. You're dealing with a lot of more mobile infantry. I think if I'm Dead Haven, I'm looking at armored reserves, which doesn't have, and then getting potentially into, you know, more P3s, a P4, because you can counter swarm with the upgrades. Counter swarm. Oh man, random target's got his 2 Crusaders out now. I think the allies are in a much better spot this time around at this point in the game. They really just need to shore up their fuel. I feel like they're a little bit behind on fuel in terms of like heavier vehicles.
Really nice kit in play from Tenchi. He's just been laying all these mines, denying all these areas. He knows the Crusaders are coming. He's being very smart. Oh, but maybe not smart enough.
Oh,
First shot misses.
oh, the follow-up. Nice pickup for the Crusader. The biggest thing though, only one minesweeper. Oh no, I'm sorry. The Pioneers are rebuilt with a minesweeper. Wow. The double Panzer Pioneers with a flamethrower just shred Pathfinders and Zook squad. Nice flank with the Paras. You're gonna see a grenade come in on the Bursas. They do dodge. Oh, Walking Stuka coming in. Big hits on that 1919. It does get away. P3 in support, but there is a Sherman here, and now we've got the 275mm half tracks coming over.
Good. One bet one. Could see target waypoint maybe.
They're just a little bit out of position.
Winning play, I think.
Panzerjäger half track hits the field, but I don't think, honestly, with the Sherman there, that's not the best hard AT option. Yeah,
I don't see any target waypoint, unfortunately.
Yeah, target waypoint would have been really nice, I think. The Sherman's going hunting. I love this aggression.
Another Jaeger call in. You wanted to rebuild them, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, Crusaders find the Stug. There's only one Pack 40 on the field, and it is out of position. Crusaders find the Stug. Will they find the Wespa too? Oh, P4 hits it.
Too Faust.
Oh, P4 hits the field right at the right time. Could knock out this Crusader here. Pack 40 gets a big hit in. P4 finishes off the Crusader. So, good trade there for Tenchi. Yeah, I'll trade a Stug G for a Crusader for sure. Especially keeping the Vespa alive. That was the bigger thing I was concerned about. Was the Vespa getting knocked out. Oh, those Panzerjägers shredded by infantry sections in the middle. Naval Warfare barrage coming in. Oh yeah, the sections need to get out of there. We got foot guards again on the field. The Allies have the VP advantage now here, but at least 2 VPs to 1, not in overall tickets. Paras versus Bersaglieri. Apparently no one can shoot because there's very little damage happening. Sherman arrives. There you go. One Bersaglieri squad starts to kind of burn down a little bit. P3 arrives to support, but actually, like, that P3 needs to be careful because that Sherman is more than a match for it at the moment.
Sending his half tracks back in the field, but he has not repaired them.
Yeah,
A little bit desperate.
So John C has upgraded the improvised armor too. One of my, I have an issue with it just in that there's no visual indicator that Sherman has more armor. Same thing for the DAC vehicles, I suppose.
On the P4.
Oh, the stagger shot.
The Sherman.
Oh, but nice. Here we got the strafing run coming in. That does a ton of damage to the Sherman. The Sherman's forced to back out. Crusader, it looks like, is going hunting. Oh, the P3 gets knocked out by the half tracks. Walking Stuka coming in. Crusader knocks out the P4 and backs away before the Faust gets off.
Beautiful work.
Wow.
Smoke in front of the pack gun as well. It's just textbook. I love it. Love to see it.
That smoke, unfortunately, from the P4 as it tried to escape. So well done to work around that. Yeah.
That's sad.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
I thought it was the Sherman smoke. I was like, that's so good.
No.
What a cool play.
Unfortunately. Good use of it. Another Sherman on the field for Johnsty. Oh. He throws the satchel. Johnsty loves. All right, we gotta make Johnsty. You're not allowed to use satchels for the next 5 games. You've been wasting them.
So both the Jaegers are dead, and now the Grenadiers, both of them have 2 AT
The
rifles.
Panzer
one on
boxes.
each. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's unfortunately it's Dedahaven that needs the AT,
Yeah.
and the Panzerjäger play did not work out for him. Now he is taking control of the map on that side, but VPs are just about even now. Yeah, and the P-Grens can't hold up to all these infantry sections. Sherman versus Bersaglieri. Sherman's gonna win this one. Bersaglieri
So nice that the
retreat.
Sherman's like a real tank now. You know what I mean?
Feels a little bit more like one, yeah.
Yeah, it's good. Really pleased with it.
Liberator says Satchel is to Johnsty as Big Mine is to Rather Splendid Cromwell.
No. But when I do it, it's cool.
Agreed. Where's the Stuka coming in? Oh, just a whiffed barrage on the infantry sections. Sections, find some Stas troop in here. Oh. Oh, plus the naval barrage coming in. Some pretty forgiving scatter. So both sides forced to retreat. Oh no, P-Grens, they're in close. Plus the Vespa barrage coming in.
Big nade here.
Oh,
No, he
Vickers
fucks
cleared. Those foot guards are in some danger here. Crusaders come in to save the day. Wow, lots. Oh, that was an extremely bloody engagement there in the center. Another P4 on the field. Crusaders are like, all right, cool, sounds good. Double barrage from the 75 mil against the Pioneers. So Pack 40 forces the Crusaders away. They're going to need to be repaired. Johnsty going hunting. Both of his Shermans now upgraded with the 76 mil gun.
Oh, this is hot. This is hot.
Yeah, this flank. There's a P3 coming out. Dedahaven will have seen it when they pass that strategic point. But can they get in here on this flank? Oh, and the paras. Look at this. Oh, you gotta keep with the aggression. The 276s will smoke. Yes, they do. Yeah, as opposed to the Easy 8. They are awesome. All right, so one P3 knocked out. The other P3, it's got to keep backing up. It has to. So Johnsty's going to back out before the P4 can arrive to support. Naval warfare coming in. I like having the 75 mils here. Oh, wow. Look at that blob. The base inspection does its job, fully distracts the Axis. If only random target could be set up capping on the opposite side. 75 mils doing a ton of damage to the P4. You'd love to see. Oh, target weak point was activated. It must have missed.
Yeah, he just did it too late. It was like after its first shot. It never got a follow-up on. Oh no!
Ooh, huge hits from the walking Stuka. Almost knocks out one of the para squads. LEIG taking some counter battery from the 75 mil. Forced to back up. Engineers repairing these 76 mil Shermans.
I feel like so random target sets up his cruisers next to the repair point. He could have been getting them double repaired if he just moved them a little bit to the right.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of miscommunication there from the range team.
Yeah, Tenchi going for the armored skirts again. As with last time. I love this, Johnsty, the aggressive capping to put pressure on the Axis resources. I think you're starting to feel it.
Oh no!
Oh yeah, they're gone. And part of it, the Shermans were still sitting on prioritized vehicles.
Yeah. Bad drills, as I would say. But he's still got the mechanized repair. I think he's forgotten about it. Like, he's got his half tracks, half health as well. Rebuild on the Kettenkrad.
Yeah.
The 28-minute Kettenkrad. Let's go.
His Kettenkrad play is really good.
Yeah. No doubt.
All right, so another engineer coming in. Allies have the triple cap for right now, but Panzer Grenadier staying on the center. Johnsty, prioritize vehicles on your Zooks. All the thousands of taxpayer dollars in rockets wasted on infantry.
Buy more war bonds.
Buy more war bonds. All right, here comes the Crusaders in to challenge the Peagrens. Oh, nice strafing run from Dedahaven. They are just going to clear the beaten zone. Now we've got the 76 mil Shermans on the way back in, trying to punish the Burstleyer, and they do. One Burstleyer squad goes down. Double P3s arrive. Yeah. One of the 75 mil half tracks coming up to support, but 3 of the 76 mil Shermans on the field now. I feel like Dedahaven, he hasn't gone armored reserves. Oh. No, don't cancel that. All right. He hasn't gone armored reserve, so he can't do the double stug G call-in. So I think he either needs to lean into the P3s or consider getting an 88 out and setting it up to try to punish some sort of overextension.
Yes. Yeah, I think they'd... Well, actually, I don't know, because we've got... I think Johnson's got 13 command points. I wonder if he's waiting for something like that and locking in bombing run. You know what I mean?
I think he's just forgotten about the existence of his battle group.
Me, I'm rushing towards the P-47 rocket strike every time. I love it.
Yeah, again, this is my shocked face, Jamie. But Johnsty is also pop capped. So it looks like we're going to see some fighting positions going in. And the allies, I mean, they're in a great spot. They're about to get the triple cap back on. I think the big thing here is continuing to be clean in terms of trades. Don't let this 76 mil get isolated by the 2 P3s. Don't sit on top of your own mines. Look for opportunities to continue to whittle away at the Axis without giving them any wins. Good Vickers placement to suppress these Peagrens. Yeah, the 75 mils. In all honesty,
yeah, he's
like
using the Pathfinders for vision as well. He's creeping them forward. He's got the camo on them, you know,
yep.
instead of the passive healing, I guess.
Yeah, and now a nice, like, teamed up push here into the middle. They think about it. The 75 mil backs out because they find the Pack 40. But honestly, I like this. I like this approach. Use that smoke off that AT gun, come in from the side.
Ooh, rifle nade, beautiful.
There we go. Smoke off on the Pack 40. Shermans, you got to swing in. This is the artillery cover. Oh, that's great. That is fantastic. But artillery cover from the Bersaglieri side as well. That can be devastating.
Stuka's just hanging out. Gets wrecked.
Oh, no. The P4 about to go down
dead.
here. Nice strafing run, but not going to be that. One Crusader knocked out. P3's in the back. And 75 mils are there. Nice smoke with the Sherman. Here we go. 75
there. He's chilling.
Yeah. Oh, 175 mil knocked out by a Pack 40. Now you just got to focus on the VPs. The Panzer Pyos going toe-to-toe with Paras on the flank.
Ooh, P3 down.
Oh, Panzer Pyo knocked out by a grenade. The other P3... Down. Oh, all the P3s smoked by the Crusaders.
Yeah. Nable's dead.
Wow. What?
That was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Crazy engagement, but huge trades in favor of the Allies, and that's going to be, yeah, that's a surrender right there, and you see why. Holy cow! All right, cool. Well,
it's just a beautifully timed push. Like all those elements combined, orbitals coming in, the air cover, the Sherman smoke, the speed of the Crusaders getting behind everything, the big flank. It was just cool, man.
Yeah,
that's what we like to see.
Yeah. Oh man, that is the. You can barely keep it all on the screen. That's what you love to see. That is CoH3 as intended. To the Allies, way better second game. And like ironically, actually, I think Tenchi had an even stronger start against Random Target. Like really was pushing him back. Yeah. But I think the more durable USF infantry against the Bursas. I would love to see a third rematch where Johnsty runs that airborne approach against espionage. I think espionage would have fared a little bit better. I don't know. You were saying?
Yeah, I'm glad that Johnsty went for that more conventional build where he has the like a stronger core of infantry that's going to scale way better. I'm really glad he went that way, and all the utility from the Pathfinders. I know, like, I don't want to talk about Pathfinders too much because everyone knows they're in need of like a little bit of adjustment. Um, but it's still nice to see. I like the utility of the Pathfinders being used as well. The flares, the rifle nades, the smokes. So it was a nice combined arms play.
Yeah. And you just see like the team coordination there. I think Tenchi wanted to try to do the same thing, right? Where he like locks down two of the VPs and he serves as that kind of like anvil for Deadhaven to play off of. But I think the allies just went for that like hyper mobility, and it really worked for them. And that's the biggest thing. So my critique going into the second game is I would have loved to see Tenchi do more to help Deadhaven in some of those engagements. You saw a lot of what looked like 2v1s, which like that's also the allies were engineering those, right? So that makes sense, but that will be really rough as in a 2v2 when you're constantly playing against both other players or getting attacked. And also Deadhaven just didn't have the hard AT. I don't consider a Panzer III to be a hard anti-tank.
Not unless you have the tungsten rounds.
And even then, it doesn't do that much damage, right? So, other points, Johnsty, I thought the initial reaction to random target getting kind of shoved back was really good, pushing the farm side, and continuing to cap and contest. The advantage of the Burstilieri is they can kind of spread out and sprint all over you, and so the fact that Johnsty owns so much of the map, I think, is a credit to the way that he played. Good map awareness. I thought the use of the abilities was better on both sides, like the big loiters and strafes, but just not. It just didn't work out in the favor of the Axis. Let's see. For Tenchi, I thought he played fine. The problem is when you continue to lose P4s, you only have one on the field. Like that's not helpful. The Stug G seems. I don't know that it's the way that I would go with that build. P-Grins were a good idea early. Their power spike kind of faded as the Brits got the infantry training and all the upgrades. So yeah, interesting. I did like the change in approach. I thought it was interesting that Tenchi chose to do the same thing. Random target adjusted and actually fared worse against the same build in the replay initially, but was able to recover by working with his teammate. Johnsty adjusted and Deadhaven adjusted, but it actually went much more in Johnsty's favor. I don't know if Deadhaven expected him to continue to play assault engineers, and that's why he went bursts, or if he just wanted to try something new. Both are valid. Johnsty did exactly what I kind of expected in that, like, hey, assault engineers are cool, but they didn't work. And so if you think you're going to play against espionage, I think pairs are the way to go. So, okay. Cool. I have more casts, but I've been going for 2 hours and I need to top off my coffee. So I'm going to take about 2 or 3 minutes and get some coffee, and then I'll queue up the next game. So be right back. All right. Let me, Jamie, are you back? Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do here, got a couple people, got a couple other games. All right. So here's what we got. I got this one is a 1v1. I'm going to queue this one up here. Got a couple of good 1v1s that we can do here today. So this one here, we got Pie Eater and Pax Ajax. And so we'll go into this one. This one does not qualify as a level up. These guys are both excellent players. I don't know exactly what the ELO says at the top. I can't actually, let me look it up real quick. We have the power. All right. So Pax Ajax, rank number 13 with Dak. Pie Eater, rank number 36 with Brits. So 1600 ELO on one side, 1750 on the other side. This is, yeah. I mean, both these guys are pretty well known. Very, very good players. So we're on Faymanville, and we're just going to send it on this one. All right. Pie Eater in blue here with the Brits. So he's getting a second sapper out and then going straight into a section command post. Pax going a second Panzer Pioneer and a Krad Schützen. Nice, a little bit of sportsmanship. You love to see it. That's one thing. If they could add in the next patch, I'd really appreciate that. I know the game can be frustrating. So, side note. So my wife and I play like board games, card games, on the side, and we also get very because we're very competitive, get very frustrated when things don't go our way. And so I understand it. I like the frustration of like, oh man, I'm losing this game when I should be winning. But it is nice to see, especially the top level players, guys being polite to each other, even when things don't, especially the RNG doesn't break their way. This has got to be the tac map bug. So I'm sure some of you deal with it, but when you queue up cap orders in the tac map, sometimes units just run right through the point. Very, very frustrating. Relic, please fix. But okay, so Pie Eater locking in heavy armor, 2 sappers into a section. Pax Ajax, relatively balanced start for the deck. So Krad Schützen, Double Pioneer, now into Panzer Grenadiers, no selection on battle group. And then you see, we talked about this in previous casts, but this is the layout that you see a lot of really good players take, is the support player or support units on the flanks doing capping, and the combat power kind of up through the middle. No, it's an actual bug sometimes, and I don't know why. Maybe it's because the thing comes up, but when you click on it, it doesn't actually register as a capture command, it registers a move command. That'd be my guess, but wow, this section just burning down those pioneers. And when you roll a couple of hits in a row, that can be painful. Pax with really, really good early fuel control, though, with 3 of the 4 +10 fuel points. And Krad Schützen got to be careful with these sappers, because with the SMG fire rate, they'll do a lot of damage at range. But the Panzer Grenadier is going to hop in this building, so game audio is a little low. Okay. Thank you. Here, let me, I'm just going to pause and adjust that real quick. So. All right, should be a little bit better now. I don't want it like super, super loud, especially when we got a lot of people co-casting, but actually, I'm really impressed with the map control that Pax has been able to kind of summon here. Pi is floating some manpower. He's got this dingo, and I think the dingo is a nice answer to the build that you're seeing from Pax. You got the 250 now here on the field. And the dingo be able to challenge all of those, with the exception of like the 250, if you start getting the combat half tracks, will eventually start to counter the dingo here. But it also prevents that manpower bleed, right? You got the Panzer Pioneers, they just stay in there and they don't take any damage.
Sector lost. Infantry section here.
Another section. So I think this is all right, so Pax is locked in armored support. You see both players being kind of respectful and being very deliberate, I think. They know this is a high level game. They've played each other before. They know, like, both these guys very, very quality players. So you see a lot of these actions very deliberate, a little bit less freewheeling than you might expect. All right, so Pie Eater is locked in a boy's rifle upgrade on one of his sections, and he's throwing down this mine. I love the placement of this mine because a lot of times squads or vehicles will route right through here to go around. That's really sharp. Prod shooting's still moving around. Sections do a little bit of damage. And Pax is on it. Yeah, this is how you have to kite now with the crowd shooting. Oh man, the boys clean up the 250. The dingo takes a lot of damage though. Section force retreat. Dingo almost goes down. Crowd shooting hits vet 1. That's a big pickup for Pie Eater, and I think, yeah, he's gonna grab this fuel. Now, Pax has, and then with the harassment there, Pax did amass quite a bit of fuel, but the harassment is going to even this all out. So we see tier 2 is up for Pax. I think what you generally see with DAC when they go armored support is that lean into tier 3, that mechanized company. But we'll see. And he's immediately back onto Pie Eater's plus 10. Assault Grenadiers hit the field, and based on the timing, we should be pretty close to that first half-track deployment. I like this, the smoke ahead of time to make sure that the sections can't engage at range where they want to, and then the Assault Gren's going to hide in that smoke. That's some top-tier level play to make sure you're managing the engagement range. Panzer Pioneers, yeah, gotta get a volley in before the sappers close the distance. Oh man, they just didn't drop any models. Wow, sappers force them off. I think Pie Eater probably needs to invest in some healing shortly though. And he is going to force off those Assault Grenadiers. P-Grens in support. Alright, now half-track deployment with the Assault Grenadiers. So this boys AT section, it has to be managed well because the assault, that's a great counter to the half tracks. But the risk there is if you get run down, if you're at low health and the half tracks of the assault grenadiers run you down, that entire counter can be knocked off the field. Pie Eater's got his platoon command post out and he's got enough fuel for a Humber, so I expect to kind of see that shortly. As Pax is kind of snapping up the map. Yeah, this makes me nervous. This AT section, because it is so critical to defeating what Pax is trying to do right now with these Assault Grenadiers. Here's the dingo. 250 finds it and takes a couple shots at it. Now the Humber is here, and I expect another section, fourth section for Pie Eater. Sappers on the flank. Yeah, they hit that mine there. Yep. Oh man, these Assault Grenadiers. Oh, this is real bad. Pie Eater did a great job engineering this and then combining with the arrival of the Humber. Assault Gren's knocked out. That's gonna hurt for Pax, especially because he used that half-track deployment on the Assault Grenadiers, so he can't just call in the Panzerjägers. He is doing a good job counter-capping over here, but you've got to be careful with the Humber, Dingo on the field, and all these infantry sections. Some of the retreat paths get a little sketchy. Oh, I like the thought on the grenade assault, but it just whiffs a little bit on the predicted retreat path. And this is the real problem for Pax right now, because if he gets bled by these light vehicles here, especially with the ability for Pieter to just withdraw and refit, he'll put himself into a hole that he won't be able to recover from late game. Oh, Broadshoots, great work getting out of there. Dingo takes a bunch of damage, but these Assault Grenadiers, I mean, you could probably just charge them with the Humber at this point. Instead, they're going to capture this fuel before they retreat. Bren on this infantry section, these, yeah, Pioneers in a little bit of danger, but they'll get out, I think, just in time. Panzer Grenadiers in the 250. Oh, wow. I didn't even see that mine. Humber barely survives that, takes the crit. Panzerjäger's moving up. I think Pax, if he times it right, if he keeps these guys in cover, you get the quick shot off. Wow, huge pickup for Pax. Great use of the ambush camouflage on the Panzer Grenadier or Panzerjägers. Krodschützen finally goes down to a mine. So, a few light vehicle losses early. So I think it is largely kind of evened out. KD slightly in favor of Pie-Eater, which doesn't bode well for Pax. And actually Pie-Eater getting his infantry training up now, which makes sense with his... Oh, wow. Well, that 250 goes down. Now, Pax firmly on the back foot here. Pie-Eater's got 4 CP, so we could potentially see the Crusader AA tanks here, and that might be enough to seal this one off. The infantry training is also really going to help those infantry scale against the DAC infantry, which the kind of the mix here of Vet 1 P-Gren squad, Vet 1 Assault or Vet 0 Assault Grenadiers. And Pax has not been able to invest into any upgrades. He has the ability... Oh, there's the flame tank. Okay. I wonder how the flame tank will do against an AA Crusader AA tank. Here we go. Sappers are about to get heated up a little bit. The flame tank, the P3 does an insane amount of flame damage. And I think he can fairly comfortably chase. Pie-Eater hasn't launched any grenades that I can remember. Sapper's knocked out. And Pax, yeah, he's really going to try to drive this one home. Yeah, no grenades, so he just has to worry about the boys' rifles. Oh, the Dingo goes down to the Panzerjägers and Assault Grenadiers. So nice push there. The P3 and the distraction it causes to get a couple of pickups. But Pie-Eater undeterred, right? So he is countercapping all the way on the far side. And these infantry sections as they get their upgrades. Now 2 with the boys AT and 2 with the Brens. Oh, these Assault Grenadiers in some serious danger. Yeah, I think Sappers, if they focus on them. Another squad of Assault Grens go down. Sappers could get chased by the P3 here.
Anti-tank crews are on standby for orders.
6-pounder hits the field. Pie-Eater still does not have grenades. Oh man, P3 could pick up this boys section, but the 6-pounder is there. First shot comes in. P3's got to change his mind. Actually, the MG almost picked up the kill, but P3's got to get out of there. Potentially go hold fire. And this Bren section is going to hold this +10 fuel. So Pie-Eater, I think he's inflicted some losses, and he's got good resource control. He's just a little bit on the back foot because of the P3. He's got Crusader AA tanks available, but I don't know if he wants to invest into that just yet. All right, grenades are on the way as well. So the P3's power window kind of on the back foot now. He's got to be careful. The 6-pounder is set up really, really nicely here. One more shot probably won't be... Oh, one more shot will do it at this point. The 6-pounder can't see it, so the flame tank will get away.
Tank grenades are now available.
I am impressed with Pax's ability to kind of hold on to this south side of the map here. And Pie Eater, great use of the 6-pounder so far. Does need to be a little bit cautious with it to make sure it doesn't get overrun, but in all honesty, there's not a ton of DAC infantry on the field that can really pose a threat to it. Panzer Pioneers, yeah, they're fine. There's one squad of P-Grens, and he knows exactly where they are right now because they're counter capping, trying to get this +10 fuel back.
A sector is in enemy control.
Good mines from Pax. Yeah, no sweepers kind of across the field. Obviously, you know, Pax has one, but Pie Eater does not. Oh, there we go. We see the sweeper pop. Another 6-pounder on the way. And then another Assault Grenadier half-track for Pax. Ooh, Sticky Bomb comes in. 6-pounder in position. Can it shoot through? No, it can't shoot through the building. So the P3 is going to get out. And I feel like that thing kind of flirting with disaster there. That P3 gets killed early. I think this game is over for Pax. Assault Grenadiers going 6-pounder hunting. And looks like they're going to get it. But that half-track needs to be careful with the infantry section on retreat. Oh, he could potentially tow this. That's what he's going to do. That is savage. Assault Grenadiers charging with the P3. Oh, man. What a play from Pax. He's going to tow away. I mean, it's going to get knocked out. He almost got it. Nice smoke from the Assault Grenadiers. They're going to continue to try to pick up. All right, so they pick up the 6-pounder. They're trying to salvage the 250. The Panzer Pioneers take a ton of damage. Oh, 6-pounder cleared again. Oh no, this boys AT section. Wow, the attack round through the smoke misses. Assault Grenadiers still trying to steal this 6-pounder. Well, little bit of a bloody disaster there fighting over that AT gun. But I think, even though it cost him quite a bit, Pax is going to come away with a free AT gun. Well, I say free. In exchange for a 250 and a bunch of manpower. I think that is a good pickup for him, especially the way that he's built now here. He went mechanized company. He's building his tier 4. And I don't think he didn't do the fire support elements. He's invested into a lot of other combat half-tracks, vehicle survival, advanced field repairs. But he doesn't have access to the AT guns from the headquarters. So stealing 6-pounder is pretty big for him. The Flampanzer right back out onto the field thanks to all the repair speed buffs there. Oh, with the Assault Grens riding on it. I love this. This is absolutely savage. You find this other AT gun and just smoke it. Now, obviously, it does disable the main gun when they're riding on there. More mines going down. Oh, yep. So, in case you didn't know, if you have infantry riding on a vehicle, if a shot penetrates the armor, they will immediately dismount. Combat dismount bonus. The free grenades come in, force away the Bren section. Oh, this boys section also forced to retreat by the Flampanzer. And now Assault Grenadiers pushing the issue on the 6-pounder. Panzer Grenadiers, though, on the flank go down to the Bren section. So Pax may be a little bit focused on the engagement in the middle. But he's going to grab this cutoff with the Assault Grenadiers. That's huge. Pax going armored reserves rather than getting another vehicle out straight away. Pie Eater going for company command headquarters here. He's almost got enough command points for the Black Prince. So maybe we'll see that combination today. Black Prince versus a Tiger. I am really impressed with Pax's ability, like especially with his few units as he has on the field. and some of the losses he's taken to manage the map control piece of this. I almost wonder if the boys' AT rifles for Pie Eater were kind of just a mistake in investment. They're fine against the half tracks, but they don't do much to the Flampanzer, and then now you lack that anti-infantry firepower to really punish the assault grenadiers. Well, I say that they are consistently penetrating the Flampanzer and get it down to about half health. Bren's section working on Panzer Pioneers across the way. 6-pounder is going to set up, and now there's some risk here for Pax, but I guess he's just out of range of the 6-pounder. Sappers against Panzer Pioneers. Yeah, the Sappers win that one. I think a lot of that is the infantry training plus the close range, which in this spot you can really get in tight quickly. Panzerjägers capping up this fuel. Pie Eater instead has not gone to unlock the Black Prince. He's actually just 4 fuel away from a Crusader, which I think would be a nice counter to the way that Pax is built, even with that 6-pounder on the field there. Pax has really, really solid fuel control right now. Pie Eater, you know, he's floating a bunch of manpower. He's going to use it on the Crusader, but I think potentially look at another AT gun. Oh, nice stun grenade. You have the advantage in the infantry, right? The Brit infantry sections with the infantry training, some of the upgrades are going to do well against, especially the unvetted Axis infantry. But you just need the AT to manage this Flampanzer. I think a lot of people tend to, with armored support battle group for DAC, focus on the left side of the tree towards the loiter. But the Flampanzer, if it arrives on time, if you prioritize the right side of the battle group tree, I think it provides a lot of value, especially against the infantry heavy build, lots of infantry sections. So I think that was a really, really smart choice on Pax's part. All right, Crusaders here. Infantry section spreading out, trying to recap the map. 6-pounder in the middle. You got Pax moving his 6-pounder, still a 6-pounder around, floating a little bit of fuel, a little bit of manpower. He's got enough at 400. You could go for the P4, which I'd consider doing. I don't know if the Stug is the Stug G combo is the right answer. The other option here, this Flampanzer at Vet 1 gets the ability to basically button an armored vehicle with the flamethrower. And so that combined with something like a P4 could be really nasty at dealing with this Crusader. Oh, but the Crusader at the fire rate. Oh, Flampanzer in a little bit of trouble. 6-pounders in place to back it up. Yeah, we see the P4 call in assault group. Now comes with the additional squad of assault grenadiers. That is also using that extra deployment system for DAC is absolutely critical in maintaining manpower advantage in these games. Wow, look at all these upgrades though. Emergency repair kits, rapid advance. So I think it's safe to say Pax feels pretty comfortable at his position in the game, that he's invested 1,500 manpower in armory upgrades. Well, P4 whiffs its first shot. Actually needs to be careful. Sticky bomb comes in. It's going to be critted. Assault grenadiers charge up to try to clear the 6-pounder. That P4, if that went down right now, that would be a huge, huge pickup for Pie Eater. Oh, assault grenadiers take... Oh no, the boys AT knocks out the P4. That's huge. Pie Eater loses an infantry section on retreat. Fortunately, it was one of the boys AT sections, not the Bren section. Pax again going for the grenade assault on retreat. Doesn't quite land it. Now foot guards arrive. Well, he's got to be careful with infantry training. They'll hit Vet 1 very quickly, and you have to be cautious of that staggered shot. Pioneer salvaging, that's the other thing. He's been religious about salvaging those vehicles and getting that manpower back, which has helped with the upgrades. Flampanzer's going to flip around here, apply some pressure to this Bren section, but not before they knock out these Panzerjägers. So, good pickup for Pie Eater, but I don't think this section is going to survive. Oh, man. That's rough. Pax has gone for the command panzer call in now, which actually I like this because it gives a bunch of buffs, but it's still a viable tank in its own right, especially when you're not facing loads and loads of British armor. Crusader back full health. Got the fuel for another one. Yeah, and I think Pax, despite what looks like, actually Piter, the pop cap is now in Pax's favor with those 2 sections knocked out. Oh no. These Pioneers going to get run down by the Crusader and the Sappers for sure. Nothing around to help out. As long as the Crusader continues to chase. Or not. Or these Pioneers are just invincible. Wow. They're going to get away. And now the Command Panzer going hunting for the Crusader. Crusader gets Vet 1. Even though, don't let the short barrel fool you. That Command Panzer can still do decent damage. Oh no! Staggered shot on the Flam Panzer combined with the 6-pounder, and the Flam Panzer knocked out. That is huge. Huge for Piter. That had been the absolute bane of his existence for the last several minutes. And Pax doesn't have a lot of fuel at the moment. So even though he's coming up on another like assault group call-in, I think at best he'll be able to afford a P4. We don't like. There's not a Tiger headed this way anytime soon. My preference would. Oh, the Wrecker is coming. Oh, I love that. Let's see if Piter thinks about knocking out this wreck. They might just do it accidentally with all the high explosive rounds coming in close proximity. Dodges the stun grenade by basically running right through it. Panzer Pioneer is forced away. Now the Assault Grenadier is definitely going to focus. Oh, wow. That wreck is still in good condition. Wrecker on the way out. Vehicle, or the Loiter comes in. Oh no. The Wrecker immediately found by the Crusaders. And they drive right through the P4 wreck and knock out the Wrecker. Command Panzer comes across. Artillery cover's been called in. Not really much of a challenge here, but these Crusaders just gonna be able to drive around, and this stolen 6-pounder about to get knocked out for sure. Assault Grenadier push on the opposite side is gonna force away the Pioneer's 6-pounder. Oh man. This command tank about to get knocked out as well by these 2 Crusaders. They're not even upgunned, they're just on the rear armor. Yeah, and he's just got to make sure he knocks out, well, not anymore, he killed the Wrecker, but he does run over the wreck. Crusader is now just going to drive into the base and really try to force the issue here. Oh man, 1 Panzer Pioneer squad knocked out. Assault Gren's trying to dodge. Crusaders look like they're going to bounce away and pursue other targets, or maybe drive into the back. Pretty balanced. Oh, Crusaders are a menace right now. The fire rate's just so high, the mobility's so good. And so, yeah, I don't see how Pax comes back from this, and he actually surrenders and throws the GG. Man, I don't know. I thought Pax was doing, I thought he was doing such a good job managing that game. The Flam Panzer, the downside, so building the mechanized company, I think it set him back in terms of fuel, and he prioritized a lot of upgrades versus having units on the field. And that, I think, is probably the biggest thing that dug him into a hole. Is he never really had a ton of stuff on the field. And so when those Crusaders hit, if your only AT is a stolen 6-pounder, the Command Panzer is not good AT, and even the P4 can get picked on by the Crusaders. Like 1 P4 against 1 Crusader is kind of a toss-up, which doesn't seem right to me. So maybe the Crusaders need to be toned down a little bit in the balance. I think part of the problem is the fire rate's so high that like even with lower penetration on the 2-pound gun, it still does enough damage. And they're so fast. You can get on the side and rear armor. You just get waves and waves and waves of them. I impressed. Like I'm glad Pie Eater stuck that one out. There was a spot in the middle there where I thought he didn't really have any answers. Lots of early game light vehicle trades, which makes the game more exciting, but can be kind of crippling games at this level. So for someone like me who's not as good, if I'm playing one of these guys, right, the play needs to be like super, super clean. So you drop a Humber early, you drop a couple of 250s. That's not helpful. But they were able to kind of trade back and forth. I think, yeah, the biggest takeaway for me here is like the boys, actually, Pie Eater proved me wrong. The boys were worth their weight in gold because they killed the P4. Biggest thing for me here, though, is armored support, especially in 1v1s. Don't like speed down the left-hand side for the loiter. That Flampanzer can be really valuable. I normally go salvage first because you don't get the penetration or coax benefits until you're like tier 3 vehicles anyway. And the salvage I think can be really useful. Pax's use of the salvage to afford his upgrades I thought was great. He just needed more. He needed more on the field. The assault grens were good, but they kept on, like they come in at vet 0 and they just get smoked if you don't get the combat bonus. I thought he was really creative in having them ride the Flampanzer and the Command Panzer. That was smart. I did a bunch of testing on the combat disembark bonus for assault grenadiers. Basically, the key thing is whatever vehicle they're on, wait until it shows the combat indicator before you have them dismount, and then they get the bonus. Sometimes when the P4 comes on the field, it's bugged. So if you want to use that combat disembark bonus, you normally just have them hop off the P4 and then get back on. It'll be good. The other thing, though, is like when a shot penetrates the tank's armor, the vehicle's armor, it does a forced disembark. So you saw that with the Flampanzer. It rolled up, the AT gun shot, it penetrated the front, and now the assault grenadiers are going to get off, but they still get the bonus, which is kind of cool. Yeah, okay. I thought that was, honestly, it was a shorter game. I thought it was pretty good. The other thing I would say is like there's value in base dives. Especially in 1v1s and sometimes in 2v2s. I think some maps are better suited for it than others, like Campbell's Convoy. If you can get a sneaky like base inspection in there, you can do a lot of work. Yeah. I don't know, Roll Die. I don't know if you had anything, any other thoughts. I think the Crusader is just kind of crazy right now, and it's so fast when it's microed well. It's hard to counter. Like the traditional hard counters, like an AT. It just ignores them, rolls right past. Dakar difficult to play right now. Yeah, I have 1v1s. That's my lowest win rate for sure. But in team games, they're great. Walking Stuka, 88, Tiger. Yeah, it just feels like with DAC, you have to have a bunch of stuff go your way early on. And if your opponent is really good at avoiding trades, especially with the Brits, like they get the Humber out and then they refit it, and then they get the Crusader out, then they refit it before you can kill it. It can be tough. All right. Here we go. So what I'm going to do here, we'll do this Maxi boy game. So Maxi sent this one in. So he is someone, I'll check his elo here in a second. He submitted a game in to the for the level up stuff previously, and he was about 1,000, maybe a little over 1,000 elo, and then went back, took the feedback and went and played a couple more games, and he's actually like on the upswing. So I think last time I saw he was in the, so now he's solidly in the 1100 range. But is still making progress upward. So 56% win rate in his games, which means he's still probably undervalued by the elo system. His opponent Rich, kind of similar situation, twice as many or 4 times as many games played, about 1250 elo. So this one, all right, we're about to see Dak versus Brits again. This map is Pacino Stalemate, which is a little bit of a challenging map, at least for me. I struggle with this one no matter what faction I play. And so, obviously, you got Maxi here, Dak in blue. He hasn't selected anything. Going double crowd shoots it. Interesting. And then Rich going Aussies right out the gate. I think, as a general rule, I think if you're playing Brits and you're not starting with double sappers, I think you're leaving money on the table. And we've got, okay, so another sapper in the build. Aussies going straight to the cutoff. Prod shoots in also on the cap. I'm not gonna criticize the double crowd shits and start just yet. He's gone armored support. I really want to see what he does with this, because the Aussies actually, it can be dangerous against Aussies can be dangerous against the vehicles because their high fire rate, especially at close range. The sappers obviously do a lot of damage to the crowd shits with their SMGs. Rich is now building his section command post. I think if you're playing with Aussies, I would almost wait to build this until you get, if you want 2 or 3 Aussies in your build, get them out first. All right, so now a 250 coming from Maxi Boy. I like the thought against Brits of going really heavy into vehicles to avoid the manpower bleed. You do have to be careful. One, Boys AT show up early, and then against Aussies, the 2-pounders are really, really good counter against the light vehicle play. But we will see where it goes. Aussies decap the cutoff, and then they're gonna hop right into cover here. And look at all that penetration. Yeah, that crowd shoots in already kind of hurting. But again, like conceptually, I like this, like crowd shoots in on the flanks to cap, give you some ability and some speed. Pioneer is going to go into this 250. These Aussies, though, they're going to keep pushing. So Rich just being super aggressive. And I mean, I think this is what you see. Like, this is how allies play and need to play to some extent. Use your early game power, your capping power, try to abuse your opponent and get an early victory. All right, so for Maxi, he's going tier 2. The problem is, like, I understand teching sooner rather than later, but you don't have the fuel to do anything else really with it, and so maybe get another Panzer Pioneer on the field. Going straight into Assault Grenadiers. Okay, I stand corrected. That's a route that you can take. Dingo here looking for these crowd shoots, and this crowd shoot is going to get off a cheeky burst. But this trade is not going to work in his favor unless he can keep this 250 on it. Crowd shoots in. Oh, wow. The Dingo spins around a little bit. Rear armor hits. They got to pursue now. Dingo smoked. Huge pickup there. That engagement should have gone very, very differently. Crowd shoots in. Going to try to keep these sappers from counter-capping. But, man, these Aussies still hanging out on this cutoff, and now an infantry section on the way out. Can't tell if a mine just went down there or not. Looked like it for a minute. So, okay, so good cutoff play here with the crowd shits and now decapping that fuel. I like that too, because you get the benefit of the crowd shits and veterancy from capping, and then yeah, straight into Assault Grenadiers in the half track, and then at the 6-minute mark you'll be able to call another one of them in if you want. Crowd shoots and hits Vet 1, but needs to really get out of there. Oh no, this section's going to kill it. Wow! Rear armor on the crowd shoots and bounce like 10 consecutive shots, so crowd shoots is going to get away.
Enemy forces have claimed our sector.
Alright, we're finally getting this cutoff recapped. Wow, really aggressive capping there for Rich. Maxi Boy floating quite a bit of manpower. One thing you can do early in the game, the combat half tracks, if you want to play a lot with Assault Grenadiers. Oh, I think you mean you should have this repair, doing the self-repair since it's hiding. The veteran squad leaders can also help because it provides that buff to your Assault Grenadiers. Wow, sappers take a lot of damage, but don't drop anything, and so they're going to get out of there with no real manpower lost. More Assault Grenadiers on the way. Yeah, this is one of those situations you throw them in the half-track drive up there, or maybe throw a smoke grenade, close the distance. You've already got the mine arms bonus. Oh, well, nice shot from the 2-pounder. 2-pounder, remember, has a faster setup time than the other AT guns, so you can use it in the old school, like lots of attack round. All right, assault grenade bundle comes in. Nice, he picks up a couple of models. Maybe it's one of those, if you think he's going to dodge to the back, you aim the grenade throw a little bit further back, and maybe the scatter saves you. Crowd shoots are now fully healed. Man, these assault grenades in this position just going to bleed to these Aussies in this building. And actually, at the risk of going down here, too many more shots. Yeah, that's unnecessary loss for Maxi Boy there. So losing some of the advantage you gained by killing the dingo early. Now you got the assault grenadier half track coming in, but what this means is that you can't get the Panzerjäger half track out early. You can always build one, obviously, but at this point, 6-minute mark, I'm worried about a Humber hitting the field for sure. More grenades come in, dodged again, this time more proactively by Rich. Yeah, and then Rich with the infantry section on the... Oh, no. Well, nice grenades. Oh, no. 2-pounder kills another 250. That is the one thing. The 250, the dismount happens in the middle of the vehicle, which will cause it to do some weird spinning after you dismount. Wow, nice pickup there. Focus down those sappers. Oh, man. Sappers just not bleeding a ton. But the Aussie's going to show up and prevent the Assault Grenadiers from really stealing this 2-pounder, I think. If they use the marksman ability, the crack shot. Oh, wow. Assault Grenadiers do a great job, but now the double section on retreat, this could be a little ugly. Oh, such low health. 2-pounder recrewed. Wow, and the sections don't land any shots. But this Assault Grenadier squad needs to be careful as well, because the sections will burn them down. Yeah, gonna take a bunch of casualties. I will say, Maxi Boy with the double crowd shoots and doing a fantastic job of maintaining map pressure and yeah, challenging Rich's control across the map. This owning all of this is huge. I would say with the assault grenades, you want to try to use the combat, like the free grenades that you get from the combat disembark, more than the stock grenades, because you will run dry on munitions very, very quickly, spamming those grenade assaults. Crowd shoots it nice with the tracer fire. Just have to be a little careful, but that's a good pickup. All these 250s you could potentially salvage for additional manpower. All right, assault grenades move up. Oh, yeah, just hop. Yeah, I'd say just hop on that retreat path. Yep. So the infantry section is going to get away. 2-pounders back up to full health. And now an 8-rod for Maxi Boy. And so this is a build. This can work against Brits. Especially if your vehicle micro is really, really good. Obviously, we see like pro level players do this a lot. It's harder to work against Brits, especially with the 2-pounder and the Aussies. This is a build that I normally like against Americans. but we will see. The Aussies obviously don't have snares. We haven't seen grenades from Rich yet. He has unlocked the Stewart, and his first Stewart is coming. And this is potentially problematic because the Stewart's a little harder than a Humber, and we haven't seen any hard AT from Maxi Boy. He can probably get a Martyr out, but the Stewart will smash a Martyr if it's unsupported. So a little bit of bleed there, thanks to the 8-rod. Rod shoots and continue to roll around the map and cap. So that's been great for Maxi Boy. Yeah, the big thing, get into the battle group, unlock salvage, start pulling manpower back from some of these wrecks. And then combat half track, so that upgrade. But with some of this manpower, especially the stuff you get from the salvage, you really want to think about getting some additional upgrades. Against the Stewart, tungsten rounds for the 8-rod be helpful. The vehicle survival, always a good idea for the extra HP and the smoke. Interesting, Rich is taking a little bit more of a different approach. He's slid over to the west side of the map, trying to cap up some of those resources. He's got his fuel control handled on the east side. I think he's being a little bit more deliberate. He hasn't revealed this Stewart just yet. And the tracer fire from the Crotchitson is super helpful. Oh, Crotchitson needs to bail now. Wow, Stewart fortunately whiffs a shot, but the coax still enough to kill it. Panzerjäger is on the way. All right, so we see the smoke popped, right? So vehicle survival package, nice. But this is dangerous, and Rich can just charge right in here. There's no hard AT. Panzerjäger is about to pop. Oh, this could be bad for this Stewart. As long as they continue to penetrate, it might be worth going hold fire here. Which he might have tried to do and then accidentally hit prioritized vehicles. So, fortunately, Assault Grenadiers don't have a snare, so I don't have to worry about anything there. Oh no, this other Crotchitson may go down to the 2-pounder. Oh, and it does. Stewart rolls all the way back to base. That real aggressive play, if nothing else, occupied a lot of Maxi Boy's attention and really helped him get some space and get those 2 Crotchitson kills. And the Crotchitson were doing a lot of work for Maxi in terms of map control. So the fact that they're gone, and now you look at the pop cap, it's back in Rich's favor. I think that that's a little bit more of a swing than it appeared, just because the Stewart drove in there and didn't actually really finish anything off. Those 2 crotches and get knocked out. That's rough. Now, infantry training coming in for Rich. That's going to make those sections and Aussies even harder to deal with. All right, Maxi Boys unlock the salvage. There we go. Yeah, starting to see the salvage. Awesome. You love to see it. Hopefully getting some more of these upgrades to help the 8-rod deal with the Stewart. Because, yeah, Stewart's back on the field and over-repaired. Oof. This is where dealing with the Aussies gets really rough. Some of these lighter vehicles like the Humber and the Stewart getting over-repaired can be really challenging to deal with, even with hard AT on the field. Other thing worth keeping in mind, if you're a Brit player, you're up against DAC, these vehicle wrecks provide DAC a lot of value. As soon as you can run them over, destroy them, do so. Especially once you see them trying to do it. So I still don't think, no grenades yet for Rich. Oh, the Flampanzer. Oh, that infantry section. Oh, just one model left. Yeah, in buildings, the massive damage bonus and the all-in hold bonus from flames. Especially with this Flampanzer, which is its base damage rate is so high. If you see that thing coming towards a building, just run away. You see they're holding up much better out in the open, but garrisons, like, no, you've got about 3 seconds before your entire squad is gone. Second Stewart on the way for Rich. He's also got a fair amount of manpower. I would consider getting another 2-pounder or a 6-pounder, because he's got the platoon command post, just to help deal with some of these vehicles. Ooh, good mine placement. 8-Rod eats it for the Flampanzer, so the Flampanzer continue to be able to roll around. This Panzer Pilot should consider getting a sweeper on at this point. Again, you should play as if, like, you should assume that your opponent is intelligent, good micro, will be constantly planting mines. That's just tilting. You see the shots come in, penetrate, and do no damage. Thanks, over repair. For as well as I feel like Maxi Boy is done with map control, he actually only has a slight advantage in tickets. And the vehicles lost, even though 2 of them are crotchets, and that is unfortunate. As DAC, you're normally trying to get a KD advantage over your opponent. Now 2 over-repaired Stuarts. And this is going to be problematic. Although the Panzerjäger's in the building, this is really, really nice. Because they're going to be able to continue to shoot. Oh man, what is this Stuart doing? The side armor guarantees that you're going to penetrate. It takes a ton of damage. Another, this time a half track with Panzerjägers. I feel like this is where you got to get really aggressive with your P-Jägers. Use that Flampanzer. But there are multiple engagements going on here. The 8-Rod forces away these British infantry. Flampanzer coming in to provide some additional support. Now, 2-pounder rotating over, but the Assault Grenadiers find it. Now, the Stuart can do a lot of damage, but the Assault Grenadiers continuing to harass the 2-pounder. That will buy you some time and some space. Oh, but at this point, you got to worry about the base machine guns. Smoke. Nice smoke grenade. The grenade assault, though, is just going to whiff. Yeah, I feel like both of these Stuarts are about to be repaired. Over-repaired as well. More mines. Ooh, that hurts. Actually, this half-track needs to be careful. Oh no, that's not good. Assault Grenadiers do get out before the half-track gets blown up. Panzerjäger is going to continue to take some shots. Yeah, you got to keep that Flampanzer close. Well, there, everything's backing out. If the Flampanzer hits Vet 1, you can basically button these Stuarts, which is also very helpful. I think at this point, with 2 Stuarts rolling around the field, you keep your Panzerjägers clumped up together, because that combined salvo will get you through the over-repair and force the Brit player to start thinking about backing out with the Stuart rather than being able to stay and kind of tank some of that damage.
Enemy forces have captured a victory point. Panzer Army command is awaiting requisitions.
Flampanzer going here to push the sappers off. Sappers get the decap and then run away. No rapid advance, so you don't really have to worry about the Flampanzer countercapping. Oh, this is potentially dangerous. The Flampanzer doesn't see this. Maybe he hears it in Fog of War, but the Stuart's gonna hop right on the pursuit here. Gets a couple of side hits in. Fortunately, Panzerjäger's in... Oh, the stun shot. Panzerjäger's in a position to support. Might want to consider... Oh, it doesn't have tear gas available. Oh, the Flampanzer knocked out. And then the Panzerjäger's forced to retreat by the Aussies. That is a huge pickup for Rich, who also apparently is floating 900 manpower. Oh, this 8-Rod takes engine damage on a FAR VP. Needs to consider getting this out of there now, because if the Stuart swing over or these 2-pounders, he loses that 8-Rod. That's a lot of his mobile anti-infantry firepower. And these over-repaired Stuarts are just nasty. And the Aussies against vanilla Panzer Pioneers. Yeah, Rich has flipped this. He's got good resource, at least cutoff control. Oh, and this Stewart will find the 8 rod. Pops the smoke here. The Stewart drives past. It's still looking for the 8 rod. It's going to turn around and attack ground. Oh, this 8 rod. It's going to back out, but now the smoke is clearing. The Stewart sees it. It still kind of whiffs a shot at point blank. There's the 8 rod gone. This is the struggle of playing DAC, is that you rely a lot on these light vehicles. If they get knocked out, you just don't have much left in your army. There's a standard P3 on the field now, which will hold up a little better against the Stewarts, but still 2 Stewarts is pretty powerful. And then these sappers just ignoring the P3. Grenade comes in. Oh, well, that was a bad idea to ignore the P3. 1 sapper section knocked out. Here's the double Stewart. Yeah, as far as tuning for the Panzerjägers, I think they're good in the early game. Their accuracy makes them really, really potent. It'd be really nice if there was an ability to scale them up in the late game. Maybe at tier 4, like you get the improved rockets for the Zooks, which allow them to hang in a little bit more in the late game. Maybe there's an option to swap their rifles for Panzerschrecks or something. I don't know. Alright, Assault Grens. I love the Assault Grens on the P3 for the Assault Disembark bonus. Oh, Stewart refit for Rich. Both of them refit. And now 2 Crusaders on the way and Foot Guards. Oh man, we're about to see 2 Foot Guards, 2 Crusaders. That's and still 300 manpower in the bank. This is about to be a challenge for Maxi to deal with. He's going armored reserves. And I think against Brits, this is one of the other things that can really mess you up. Their ability to withdraw and refit vehicles leads you to believe like, oh, we've made similar investments into light and medium vehicles, and I should be in a good spot, or relatively even spot. But now, rather than Stewarts on the field, you're about to deal with a couple of Crusaders, and the P3 is going to struggle. Oh, P3 force the issue here. Yeah, nice pickup. Infantry section knocked out, so a big pickup there. But Foot Guards here, yeah, these Panzerjägers have no shot against the Foot Guards. And actually, yeah, the P3 needs to back away. I don't know. Interesting choice to use the basically the Blitzkrieg ability to get the P3 out of the way. I know your Maxi Boy is floating some munitions. I don't know if I think you normally want to use that when you're digging in a little bit deeper, going for a dive of some sort. Nice use of the stun. But which apparently doesn't actually stop the sappers from throwing a grenade. That was weird. Well, could attack this building. Oh no, the Crusader. Oh, immediately wipes out that Panzer Pioneer Squadron retreat. P3. Oh, so many mines. P3 could clean up this Crusader. That'd be huge. Oh no. P3 hits a mine as well. Does kill the Crusader. Another one on the way out. Really hurts for Rich to throw away that Crusader, but he does have the triple cap on. I didn't even see what Maxi Boy used to cut off this point. But good cutoff play. Yeah, the double Foot Guards and Crusader. The Foot Guards, Maxi Boy is going to struggle to deal with, because even his vetted up Assault Grenadiers are going to have a hard time going toe-to-toe with them. Yeah, if you target the building with the Panzerjägers, maybe you knock the building down. Another grenade volley will almost certainly destroy the building. Yeah, that's I like that placement on the grenade assault. He was just ready for it. Straight into the church and another building. The MG34 is a nice pickup as well. Oh, grenade on the MG34. Just takes a bunch of damage, but doesn't lose anything. These foot guards potentially problematic. There is a med truck back in headquarters, so none of this would be exceptionally dangerous. P4 hits the field. This is, I think, just based on watching, this is Maxi Boy's chance to really drive this one home and win the game. Squad of P-Eagers goes down, but you got P3, P4 on the field. Only one Crusader to deal with. With the extra Assault Grenadiers, I think this is your opportunity to try to get a couple more good trades and close this one out. Rich is going to unlock grants. He's got a ton of manpower. I would consider maybe throwing down some caches or getting a 6-pounder out now that you've seen some of the heavier DAC tanks. Foot guards on the flank. So I like this. This is a really smart timing to use the Blitzkrieg ability because it prevents the engine crits from hitting. Oh man, the P3 and P4 chase aggressively here and they knock out this foot guard section on retreat. Just a little slow on the chase. They could have knocked out those foot guards. Now granted, Rich has all the manpower in the world. It doesn't necessarily matter. But that would have been a nice pickup and ability to punish enemies. So we do see rapid advance has been unlocked as well as emergency repair kits. Okay, so these DAC vehicles are starting to get all their upgrades. Yeah, the trick here for Maxi Boy is keeping the P3 and the P4 alive and allowing them to vet up so they can deal with the heavier British armor that is 100% on the way. Oh, first off, hey Turpine, and then Jake. What's your best advice for someone who struggles to keep together late game? That's a phenomenal question. And it's, I am someone who struggles to keep it together late game. I think the best thing you can do is get comfortable using the TAC map, because a lot of times late game when you have a lot of these simultaneous audio cues and simultaneous engagements, if you don't have a good system for map awareness, that can be challenging. The other thing I'd say is think about patience. There's a temptation when you have powerful vehicles, powerful units on the field to dive and to go for that like crushing blow that's going to win you the game. I say as a general, like it takes a while to build up the feel for when it's time for that engagement. If you are patient and you avoid overextending, especially with some of your better units like this P4, that can help you vet up and be more survivable into the late game. I hope that helps. We can talk about it some more as this cast goes on. So this is the problem. So just slight overextension. Good use of the smoke to break contact. You need the P-Jaegers to be in a position where they can support. I actually don't really like the fast retreat on them there because they could have continued to do damage to the Grant, forcing it away. This P4 needs to avoid this fight as well. You can protect the Assault Grenadiers, but needs to continue to back up because it has no support and the Grant will probably win. Oh, wow. Lured right into a mine. So maybe I'm an idiot. And now the P4 against the engine critic Grant should win. Oh, I guess it's only when they're suppressed. Oh, you got to be careful here of the stun shot when you see Vet 1 on the foot guards. Wow, mine foot guards again going to get away with a sliver of health. With all the upgrades though, the P4 can sit here, cap and repair. This Grant is about to be repaired and honestly over repaired, and that's even more dangerous. Over repaired Grant. Maxi Boy, I would expect him to get another P4 here. I don't know what he's at in terms of the half-track deployment time, but it's a 6-minute timer, so it should be available relatively soon. Another P4 with more Assault Grenadiers on the field, I think that only helps you. I'd avoid the temptation to stall for the Tiger. Once you see one Grant on the field, especially with the ability of the Brits to withdraw and refit. I think you got to be concerned about multiple grants. I like this, using the smoke to get in here and cap. The other thing I think about for Maxi Boy, oh, honestly, like, he could go Walking Stuka, but I think he needs more anti-tank. Oh, and now this grant. This is when you want to have that Blitzkrieg ability available to help you get away. I mean, he's getting penetrations and still only superficial damage thanks to the over repair. P3 is here to support though, so good mutual supporting effort. That map on caches for fuel. Yeah, I agree. I think Rich missed the opportunity to build caches several times in this game. This is a little bit risky, but I like the push to get the grant out of there. You just got to be careful. The foot guards, the manpower on caches. Yeah. The problem with the foot guards when they hit vet 1, you really got to avoid that staggered shot. Rich now going for grenades. He only has 1 infantry section, but he is floating a bunch of resources, so I guess it doesn't matter. And he can almost ignore the bleed on these foot guards because he's still floating so much manpower. I would back away from this engagement. Oh, especially with a 2-pounder in the back. Nice grenade assault. And always be cognizant too of the target weak point ability on the 2-pounder. That can also be a gigantic pain. Oh man, this command panzer. There's the target weak point. Now the main gun's disabled. I don't know why the command panzer is pressing. This makes me nervous. Oh, if the Grant forces the issue here, and it looks like it will. Panzerjäger's in close to provide some support. Oh, they need to get out of that building. Yeah. So the other thing that I noticed that Maxi Boy is doing that's potentially a risk. Oh, that was the 2-pounder. Is he's kind of bringing in his vehicles one at a time and then backing them up for repairs. As much as possible, try to play with your vehicles together. So if you start to notice that one or two are getting pretty low on health and you need to back out, then I would say, like, pull them all out, get them all healed up, and attack as a unit. Because that's the only way, like, letting this Grant continue to survive to get over repaired is a recipe for disaster in the long term. You see there's a second Grant already on the way. There's 3 foot guards. They're all vet 1, the 2-pounder. What I think you really need to do is you need to focus on opportunities to actually kill one of those Grants. Wow, the massive foot guards blob here, and they're just not taking suppression. The Gammon bomb's coming. Good dodge on the Gammon bomb. Oh, for Maxi Boy. He does have the mechanized company. He didn't go support elements though. I'd say, like, I almost feel like the Stug D be a good answer to this foot guards blob. Or honestly, just another P4 or another P3. Start stacking up the DPS. Yeah, with the second Grant hitting the field, I would say a second P4 is what you need. He's just about there in terms of manpower. And then you really need to avoid committing them piecemeal. Yeah, and this is where the map awareness is really, really important. I feel like he was microing this over here, and now this command panzer is going to get knocked out. Stunned and knocked out. Interesting grenades coming in on the foot guards. They take a bunch of damage, but not cleaned up. Got to be careful target weak point here from this 2-pounder. And that was an unfortunate trade for Maxi Boy. He really needed that one. That command panzer stay on the field, gain some veterancy. Well, Gammon bomb's gonna hurt. Those assault grenadiers, yeah, they're done. The foot guards and Panzerjägers on retreat. These foot guards with the infantry training just doing so much damage. And so, Jake, to your point, I feel like Maxi Boy's starting to lose the handle a little bit here. and some of it's just like map and game awareness. He's had the resources to get another P4 for a while, and so not having that unit on the field, I think, is hurting him. And you've seen a couple of engagements where Rich has just been able to hop on his flank with some foot guards and get wipes that if he had, if he wasn't kind of getting tired or getting distracted, he would have avoided earlier in the game. The other thing with Dak, the huge temptation to wait for the Tiger, but he's nowhere near it from a field point of view. And oh no, this P3's. Ow, I really like that nice way to steer around the side, but the sticky bomb comes in. Yeah, hold fire smoke, maybe you get around this corner. That P3 going down, that's huge. Well, Grant traded out, but the thing is, even though that's technically a good trade for Maxi Boy, a Grant for a P3, you really need to not be trading. You need that to be a clean kill. Yeah, it really does look like he wants the Tiger. I don't think the Tiger is the answer here because he's still, you know, 4 or 5 minutes away. And if he had just gotten the P4 out as soon as it was available, then at least from a timer point of view, would not be having that issue. He's also starting to get in trouble on VPs, just starting a little bit. Joel, to your point, yeah, he's going to hop on here and cap an 8-rod and a Panzer Grenadier. Okay. Oh, wow. That infantry section takes a ton of damage. You gotta be careful. Good read on the Gammon Bomb to not retreat, because that Gammon Bomb would have wiped that squad. The 8-rod, I see the thought process behind it and having a vehicle that can move around and cap for you and do some anti-infantry work. But with 3 foot guard sections on the field and staggered shot, I feel like that 8-rod's just gonna die. Oh, and already a second Grant. It's about to be over-repaired. Able to relieve some of the pressure here from a VP perspective by capping. Oh no. Stagger shot is almost certainly coming. With the 2-pounder, thank God that MG34 is there to suppress the foot guards. A P4 needs to get out. It looks like the Grant, especially the Grant with the over repair, can just drive right at it. Oh, this is not bode well for Maxi Boy. That P4 knocked out, and that is unfortunate. 8-rod on the opposite side is going to cap the VP, but I don't think it matters at this point. These 2 Grants can handle... Oh, here we go. Double Stug G calling. But again, the Grants, especially over-repaired, without the P4 and the P3 on the field to flank, I think that's potentially as rough. Stug's moving up. Oh, they whiffed the first shot too. And I think in this role, you really want the Stugs to be on prioritized vehicles as well, just so they don't even consider the auto attack against infantry. Yeah, his Panzer Grenadier is just going to bleed like crazy to the foot guards. Good use of the smoke grenade, but you got to continue to move the Stugs so that the 2-pounder... There we go, the attack round is finally missing. So the Stugs get some work done. The problem is this 8-rod is about to get sticky bombed and bazookaed to death. Alright, so Maxi Boy's still in it for now. He's relieved the triple cap. Yeah, Daniel, I'm of a mind with you. I think the loss of that... All the other vehicle losses hurt, but the loss of that P4 is probably what the final nail in the coffin here.
The enemy has taken a victory point.
Rich is now pop capped. I kind of think he could squeeze out one more sapper, and that's what I would do with him to keep his Grants over repaired. Just take this over the top. Yeah, that first volley coming in on the machine gun, that's an unfortunate waste. Well, Grant taking a lot of damage from the Stug G's, but they still have to back up because of the foot guards.
We are losing grasp of it. Enemy forces hold all victory points, Commandant.
Yeah, the triple cap is back on. Zook's coming in. Oh no, one Stug G knocked out. Grant's going to continue to pursue, using his Vet 1 ability for the fire rate, and is, despite the armor that the Stug G has, a Grant reliably penetrating the front with the main gun, foot guards, yeah, knock out the 8 rod. Over here we got P-Grens against Vet 3 infantry section. Yeah, this late in the game, especially when you give them the Panzerbuchse, it takes away just a little bit of their anti-infantry DPS. Oh, it's rough. It's a shame. I thought Maxi Boy played a really, really good game. I think it was just a little bit of, some of the late game choices went to bite him in the butt a little bit. Alright, so he's going for the Command Panzer IV. It's, in my opinion, you get that Command Panzer IV out when you have a bunch of vehicles and you're in between the cheap deployments, right? So you're like, I just got a P4 out, I have a P4, a couple P3s. That's when you get the Command Panzer out. Oh, the Vickers here in the middle, suppressing these assault crens. The Stug is not the right answer for this. And actually, unless he changed it, I think that Command Panzer is probably on anti-vehicle rounds. One Grant, they may actually, they're doing work with the Stug, but the second Grant's going to arrive and get some side and rear armor hits here. And Maxi Boy just doesn't have what he needs to contest the VPs. Yeah, Assault Grenadiers get knocked out. The other Assault Grenadiers forced to retreat. And the GG is thrown. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so you see the KD just a little under 1 there for a Maxi Boy. And so that's kind of the first indicator that as DAC, the game is not going the way that you want. Yeah, so I guess a couple of the points. I hit a lot because we had some time at the end of the game there. I think, and Joel, I don't know if you're still there, you have a little bit better history, success in late game than I do. The big thing is those incremental vehicles thrown away. It doesn't feel like it should be a big deal. But you got to remember how much investment it takes to get there, especially the fuel, and then late game, the manpower too really, really hurts. So yeah, for me, it comes back to a little bit of patience, and then just being really cautious of overextension and coming up with a system that allows you to maintain the map awareness. So for me, it's the attack map. In 1v1's attack map is super useful. In team games, it gets tougher because everything gets shrunk down. There's just so much more on the map. It can be hard to see. Having effective control groups is also really important. So not having everything necessarily clumped together or knowing how to like tab through your control groups is really valuable. Other than that, so for Rich, I think he threw away some stuff early that was a little bit of a shame, especially the dingo, but he recovered from it. And I think he did a really good job acknowledging when the vehicles he had no longer made sense and swapping them out. You can make the argument, in fact, Turtle War made the argument earlier that you don't need to swap out Crusaders for Grants. But I think definitely he withdrew the Stewards before they died, and that was the right move. The Crusaders, he actually didn't have a lot of success, and Crusaders are better in a pack. So getting the Grants out, I think if I'm him, I abuse the over repair just a little bit more. I think I lean into the Aussies harder in the beginning rather than the sections. I don't know that the sections really did a whole lot for him. It was the foot guards at the end that really scaled. The side tech idea for Maxi late in the game to go 8-rod Panzer Grenadier, I respect the willingness to side tech. Most people are afraid to side or back tech late in the game. I just think with that many foot guards on the field, that's not the answer. So Stug G felt like a panic button push rather than a decision designed to give you more power on the offense. If you have the mechanized company, then maybe you go martyrs. But the problem is the martyrs are just as squishy to the foot guards. Against the foot guards, I think you need like a pack of P3s or P4s. The walking Stuka against the 2-pounders would have been good, but if it's me towards the end of the game there, I'm trying to keep. I think the initial command panzer was a good idea when you had the P3 and P4. I get another P4 assault group out, and then I consider probably not a flam panzer because of the grants on the field, but then I consider getting a walking Stuka, or potentially another P3 and just stack those vehicles on top of each other. You had so much in upgrades. I feel like it's super viable. But all in all, like, pretty good play. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So Daniel hit the nail on the head. He was delaying for the Tiger instead of another P4. The battle started to go south, or the way of the Brits, right? And then he rushed the Stug Duo. Like I said, is like a panic button. It's, you don't want to just like use the free or the assault group deployment for no reason, but it is a huge manpower boon to pull that in. So, and then it starts a 6-minute timer over again. So if you think you might need it, like, use it and then reset the timer. You start to stack up P4s with all the DAC bonuses and they stay alive. Man, they just get really, really nasty, and the grants can't deal with them late game. And then you can get when you have 2 or 3 P4s on the field, then you get your Stug G Duo and you're just smashing everything. Oh, the last thing, a couple of times when being a little slow to chase meant that you couldn't knock out a squad, especially like foot guards or Vet 3 infantry section. The better you take advantage of those opportunities, the more likely you are to win in the late game. But okay. All right, so that's a good one. I'm glad you sent that in. The last thing I do want to say, it's normal for people to send me replays when they win. I actually really appreciate when people send in replays where they lose, because I think you learn more from your losses than you learn from your wins. So I appreciate you sending that one and letting us pick it apart on camera for you. Okay, I am going to take about a 5-minute break here, and then I will queue up another cast. I've got a couple 1v1s and I've got a couple 2v2s in the queue. If you have a preference, throw it in the chat while I'm gone, and then that'll guide which one that we queue up. All right, be back in a few. All right. Let's see what we do. 2v2. All right. Let's do it. Oh, look. We're back on Santuario. Yeah. Everybody's favorite 2v2 map. The map weights that Relic uses is what is driving that. All right. Cool. So this is another one sent in. Yeah, let me check before I start here. So this is like solid right at about 1,000 elo across the board. These guys are at my skill level. Yeah. Okay, so definitely more of like a level up cast. So let's take a look at this, see what we can do to help these guys kind of get pushed through and get to the next level here. I know it sounds so cheesy for me to say, and I'm sorry every time I say it, it hurts my brain. Okay. So here's what we got. We got a mixed axis team, Khan here in blue playing Dak, and then Carbine and Tio playing Vare against a double Brit team. We got Zadi OJ. I was gonna call him Zadi. And De Wil de Fret. Does that mean the wild fret? I assume. Okay, so double Brits. We see 3 sappers and 2 Vickers. Vickers on this map, I like MG play. It can be really tempting in this city to try to like get a bunch of MGs and throw them in buildings. I actually think one MG is probably fine, but you get suckered into playing in garrisons too much, and that can create a problem. Just because if you're not active with the machine gun, you're basically wasting the manpower. All right, so we are going to see double sappers for both sides. It's a very strong opening for the Brits. Sappers are they're strong. I know I didn't talk about it in my like balance video, and Orange Pest was getting on me. You can at some levels just spam sappers and they just annihilate people. Especially if you use some of the sight blockers on this map to kind of get in around things. All right, so for Carbine, we're seeing Kettenkrad into Grenz. Right, we have seen earlier today. We just saw some really good Kettenkrad play on this map in the city. Yeah, and then Krad shoots into 250 and Panzer Grenadiers for Khan. So Khan, pretty balanced stack build, and he actually hasn't locked in anything. Carbine has gone mechanized off of the rip. Mechanized is one of those battle groups. I know Liberator, we were talking about this earlier. You don't actually need to choose it early because you don't get a ton of early bonuses from it. I think there are a couple of 1 CP options, but it's not crazy. So if you don't want to decide, you don't have to. Yeah, Vickers in this building to kind of take over the center. Nice. What I would consider is as soon as possible, like you force this unit off, try to push the Vickers up. Oh, wow. And the Vickers and the Sappers smoke the Kettenkrad. So there's your answer on Kettenkrad Micro, Liberator. It can just be really tricky if you've got the Krad on the field. It is really delicate. Lots of short sight lines here. Opportunities to get ambushed by sappers. You just got to keep an eye on it. And if you lose your attention for even a second, that can be painful. We're seeing a third Vickers for the Brits here, as well as some infantry sections. Sappers, yeah, you just want to keep closing with the sappers. I like the choice of the MG42. Yeah, MG42 suppresses so well, forcing that retreat. Nice placement there, and immediate pack up and move. Proactive machine gun play is really hard to counter, especially at this level. And so getting used to that's really helpful. Oh, Sappers gunned down on retreat by Crotchets and Panzer Grenadiers. Now the Vickers hops in here. The Grenadiers are in heavy cover, but the Pioneers are apparently not. The 250 just going to go point blank on it. We got machine guns squaring off in the south. That's going to go the Vickers' way. Oh, the boys' AT rifles pop. 250 force back. The Sappers are almost certainly going to pick up the kill here on the 250. Just too many dice rolls. Yeah, there it goes. And the 250 knocked out as well. Oh, so huge pickups for Zadi against Khan over here on the farms. Farm side of things. And now, so Khan is playing into the Assault Grenadiers, but now he doesn't have his 250 on the field, so they're just going to hit with a little less oomph than previously. And that could be problematic with all these Vickers on the field. So Wildefret, he's going heavy into infantry play here. More sections. Khan has locked in espionage. Interesting pairing with the Assault Grenadier play. Carbine going Luftwaffe Company. Okay. Luftwaffe Company is a strong pairing with the mechanized battle group. We've seen a lot of that lately. Yeah, Grenadiers force off by double Sappers. So I think, yeah, Grens, 2 Grens on the field, but keeping the Grens split up, they just end up kind of like losing to everybody. Whereas if you kind of keep them together where they can support, and actually, they're in danger here because of the flamethrower. I don't know if Carbine sees this. There he does, okay. Another MG42 here. Potentially over investment, especially if you go Luftwaffe Company. I would prefer a Flak 30. Because you can, with Vet 1, you can get some suppression, but at the 6-minute mark, when you're worried about a Humber showing up, the Flak 30 is a nice counter to the Humber. Weird retreat path, but the Grenadiers will get away. Hey, look, it's a Minesweeper! Well done, Khan. The last couple times we played this map, everybody was just laying mines and then walking into them. Alright, so 2-2-1 on the way for Carbine. Nice MG42 play. Looks like the Axis is going to take control of the south side. And potentially here, the center of the map, MG42 combined with Flame Pyos. Brett, eventually, he does see the Sappers. Now, Vickers trying to slide onto the flank here, the MG42. Section now trying to counter the Pioneers. The MG40, this MG42 is going to hop in a building. Yeah, this MG42 kind of like trying to crawl out of the Vickers sector. Okay, so now we're seeing Stuarts getting unlocked for Zadi. Section does knock out the Flame Pyos. That's an unfortunate loss for Carbine in the center. Vickers wins the machine gun battle here, but now the 2-2-1 in the Grenadiers, that potentially problematic. That med truck's still just sitting in HQ, but could be used a little bit more aggressively to pick up some of these weapons. And so we're going to be even on VPs here for a little bit as this MG42 suppresses this infantry section. Vickers suppresses the Grens, but the 2-2-1 can really force the issue here. Brett is just now teching grenades. The 2-2-1 really could have pushed in, and I think he realizes. Worth noting that the machine gun on the 2-2-1 does a lot of damage. It's not It doesn't feel like it should compared to some of the other MGs in the game, but it actually will burn down some units and some health. You can use the 221 pretty aggressively. Love to see the Grens pick up this Flammenwerfer. Or the replacement Pioneer squad, have them upgrade a Minesweeper, then pick up the Flammenwerfer and be a dual-use squad. Alright, so med truck all the way forward.
We have advanced weaponry ready to be deployed.
And a Flakverling here. Zadi, he's a little setting up kind of like a static position, but this is going to work out in his favor between the Vickers. The boys AT rifles, oh no. The flak truck rolled up way too far. Sticky bomb comes in. Oh man. Khan is just having a rough game with some early trades favoring the Brits. Fortunately, Carbine, it looks like, has kind of the south side gathered up. Grenade comes in from the Grens. They take a lot of damage on the way back. And now AT rifle, the boys rifle, to try to counter this 221. 221 is pretty beat up. So needs to consider backing away before the boys section finds it. Oh, nice use of smoke here to secure the cap and prevent the MG from going nuts. And this is what I was talking about, that you see a lot of machine guns in buildings, and that's fine, but you're just not getting a lot of value out of those machine guns when they're static, safe in structures. Yeah, that Flakverling getting knocked out right away, that's a big loss. Alright, Zadi is gone. Indian Artillery has unlocked the Gurkhas. And actually, De Wildefred has also gone Indian Artillery. Stewart hits the field. Immediately pushes away one of those MG42s. Yeah, Carbine could go for the repair cruise ability, but he might be waiting for the Stug D with the Stosstroopin. Especially because you haven't seen him invest in any other infantry besides the Grens. That would be my suspicion. Boys AT volley comes in on the 221. Forces that away. Khan going for his tier 4.
We have a new Marder tank destroyer.
Alright, and Martyr out for Carbine. On the opposite side, now we see the heavy mortar.
Enemy forces have captured a victory.
I'm interested if he goes for the med truck or the Polston on the 15 CWT. The Panzerjäger, honestly, I think we're past the point where the Panzerjäger column is super helpful, because the only thing you'd really use it to hunt down would be the Stuart, and the fact that you already see a 6-pounder on the field means probably not. I would instead, especially because you're espionage and you have access to the AT munition or incendiary AT munitions, I would go for packs, the Pack 38, call in, and then convert the half track to the Funkwagen. So De Wildefret has essentially captured the south side back from Carbine. There's a Martyr on the field. So a lot of anti-vehicle with the Jaeger, Shreks, the Martyr, and the 221, which can obviously scale up with the Panzerbuchse, against just mainly infantry and team weapons from the Wild Fret. So maybe just a little bit of like a build imbalance here. I think he also, for Carbine, he really needs some sort of indirect to deal with these team weapons, these infantry. So Vespa, probably the way to go. Or he's got the 2 VPs. Get that Stug D out with the Stosstroopin. Stug D can tank some of the shots from the 6-pounder or the boys AT. Good placement from the MG42 here to deal with the sappers. Section on the flank, but honestly, the MG42 will deal with this just fine. What you do have to worry about a little bit is the Stuart, but you have a Martyr in the back. So this is much better in terms of MG42 micro. This is something you got to deal with. And now the Brits are starting to amass some indirect on the field with the 3-inch and then the heavy mortar.
We must make a stand. Under infantry attack.
Yeah, martyr needs to be careful. That I stay away from martyrs because I have a tendency to overextend them and get them knocked out really early. All right, we're gonna see a sticky and on the 221, but there's nothing here to capitalize. Oh, I take it back. Here's the Stewart. But Zadi's not going to push the issue, so that 221's going to get back on its feet. Martyr slides up a little bit to help. Khan is kind of digging in here. He's got the Funkwagen. He's got an espionage beacon. He's got the ability to plunder. You should be kind of plundering these wrecks. And I'd really love to see... Yeah, Panzerjägers are here. I'd really love to see a couple of Pak 38s unlock the incendiary munitions. It's one of the best things about this battle group. Yeah, did he? What did he go? He went 8 rod. And then spotting scopes. Yeah. So first thing, spotting scopes, it's fine, I think. Though if you're gonna play with 221 and 8 rod, you want the light vehicle repairs. There's a lot of synergy there. 221 picking on the 3-inch mortar. It's gonna just be able to retreat and get away. And actually the 221's in danger from these boys' rifles. Oh, fortunately he's going to be able to back out. Shrek is there to deal with the Stewart. Actually takes a round from the Martyr as well. So the Stewart forced to back all the way out. Yeah, the 8-rod pick I'm not a huge fan of. It's very expensive. It comes kind of late now. And there's too much flexible anti-vehicle on the field for, I think, to have enough. Yeah. Yeah, I prefer the Stug Decall and 100 times out of 100 playing mechanized personally, because you see this 8-rod, like, it's not able to trade against this boys section. It actually may go down here when more volley hits. He's gonna back it out just in time. Ooh, big rifle grenade. The Vickers in the back. This is an interesting choice from Zadi. The cash on the manpower point. I don't know how I feel about that. You're using manpower to get more manpower? I guess you protect your cutoff a little bit, but that's an odd choice. Instead, I normally see a cash on this plus 10. Oh, that Martyr needs to be on prioritized vehicles. Ooh, 6-pounder. It must have been up here. Now we're seeing a Wirbelwind come out from Carbine. I like this version of mechanized, where you don't invest into tier 4. You use Martyrs and Wirbels to carry you to the Panthers. So I think that is a smart build. The Wirbel will be able to do quite a bit for you. Wow, Assault Grenadiers knock out an infantry section on the flank. Is an AT rifle section. Oh, where's the Goliath? Where is it? There it is. I was looking for the med truck. The Vickers sees it, but it's not enough to kill it. What? How did the Goliath not kill the or even do any damage to the Vickers? Relic, please fix. What is this? The V1? Like, oh, it did nothing. All that play, beautiful Goliath play. Khan, you get all the cool points for that. I'm sorry it didn't work out. Oh, what a play. I can't believe it did nothing. Someone clip that and send that to John over at Relic. Good use of the smoke here to set up for the sappers. I like that. I like that play. This Stewart, probably at this point, you got the company command post. Stewart probably needs to be refit at this point. I don't think it's had the impact that it could have. See Matilda here for De Wildefret. And I think that's smart. I think the Matilda is a great choice right now. Just because you need something that can, like, tank up through the middle. Thank you. Goliath fails to destroy med truck. Oh, goodness. Yeah, the Jaeger strikes will slowly chip away at the Matilda, but the Gammon Bomb here... Oh, man. Those Jaegers, they're screwed. Oh, no. A little bit of suppression, but the Matilda's going to pick up the kill anyway. The Martyr's doing work to this Matilda, though. But the Martyr knocked out. Oh, the 8-Rod is just barely going to escape. That does clean up the sappers. Oh, now the Whirlwind is here. Oh, Grenadier Squad went down. This Brit Infantry is just too much. And now, another Goliath killed by the Vickers. I appreciate what Khan's trying to do here. It looks like he's saving up for the Tiger as well. Oh, alright, Whirlwind's got to back off before the 6-pounder does any more damage to it. 221, at this point I'd like to see the 221 upgraded. I think, like the radio net upgrade for a little bit of map hacks, that would help. It looks, alright, we're seeing a forward retreat point come down on this cutoff. Alright, more Jaegers, basically replacement Jaegers here. All these units... The Wildefret, he's building a 5.5. Yeah, he is. Oh, that's gonna be nasty. But these units need to come off the front line until they're repaired. Trying to figure out what ability that was just called in there. And Khan, good push through here to try to find. Was it the 4.2-inch mortar? The 120? It is an airburst barrage there, as well as I don't know what barrage that is coming in there. Maybe a recce section. Yeah, it could be the recce section. Oh, Assault Grenadiers clear, an AT gun, and this Matilda, not in a good spot. I think this is the Firestorm coming in. Alright, now we're seeing Vespa from Carbine. Fret really needs to get this Matilda healed up. And I like this composition here from Carbine, right? Right now. I can't believe the 8-Rod is still alive and viable. Oh, Assault Grenadiers do a ton of damage to the sappers. But now they may pay for it. They take... Well, fortunately the models are spread apart, so the Matilda can't kill them. These Jaegers upgraded with scopes for some reason. With the G43 package. And so they are essentially just going to bleed here. Oh, Vespa artillery coming in on the Matilda. Not doing a ton of damage. 221 gets knocked out by a Crusader. And we basically just have a ton of engagement spread out across the map now. 5.5 is shooting. But is shooting at this building. Oh, now Khan has his Tiger. I wonder what upgrades he has. He's floated a ton of manpower. He actually doesn't have really any of the DAC armory upgrades. I think he needs to start investing his manpower in those upgrades. It's cool that he has a Tiger out. But the Tiger is going to need some support at some point. Using the plunder to get his Assault Grenadiers upgunned. I love that. There's another opportunity right here for your Panzer Grenadiers if you want. The Allies, yeah, they've got 2 of the 3 VPs at the moment. I think it really feels to me right now like both teams are kind of playing side-by-side 1v1s. And I think what we really need is for these teams to start making combined pushes together. Oh, wow. Combination of AT guns knocks out the Orbital, and the Tiger, on its vengeance tour, rolls right through the carcass of the Orbital and shrugs off a 6-pounder shot. Looks like he was thinking about going for the Stuart. Instead focuses on the AT gun. The armor starts to get penetrated. Nice push here to clear the 6-pounder, but now the Matilda on the flank. Grenadier's going to consider picking up the 6-pounder. They Faust the Matilda, but it's not enough to crit the engine. Oh no, Pioneer Squad knocked out. Vicar is cleared. What's up, Norman? Wow, MG42 kind of suppressing all this British infantry, but Matilda on a rampage. And actually, Matilda's really in a bad spot, because if the Tiger wants to go for it... Oh, I take it back. Matilda just shrugs off the Tiger's shot here. Pack 38 on the flank. Still haven't unlocked incendiary munitions. Oh, man. Is MG42 gonna eat a gammon bomb? Oof, and just annihilated. Although the MG42 remains there to get picked up by whoever needs it. Now, worth noting, the 8-rod can capture. Oh no, this Matilda's here. This is potentially bad. Looks like Carbine did build his tier 4. He's got Stoss trooping on the way. He has the option to unlock Panther production, so since he's built tier 4, he could go that way. Oh no! 6-pounder shot that would have killed the Matilda bounces. Jaegers are going to pursue the other 6-pounder, and they do clear it. But that Matilda's going to get away. Oh, Stewart taking some shots. Oh, it's down to just a sliver of health as well, thanks to the Panzerjägers. And Fret now pushing, trying to advance and harass some of his additional resource points. Zadi looks like is building. So Fret has a 5.5, and now it looks like Zadi is also building a 5.5 somewhere. So the ally is really leaning on artillery to support the late game. Oh, these sections need to get out of there. MG42 does a ton of damage. Carbine's got a P4 on the field, which is an interesting choice, I think. I think I'd be worried about Crusader spam kind of coming in and waves of Crusaders from two different opponents, or in this case, you've got two Matildas. I would want to go Panther, personally, to help deal with the Matildas. Funkvagen knocked out by the Crusader. P3 is here on chase. The Tiger's still in the middle. Oh man, this P3 could knock out this Crusader. One more shot. Vickers suppresses the Assault Grenadiers. The Crusader knocked out. Now Tiger on the flank here. Khan really doing work to try to apply pressure to these Brit players. Oh, this infantry section, I feel like Stoss Trooper almost certainly going to grab it, and they do. Stoss and the P4. I do hear 5.5 inch artillery coming in on the flank. Foot guards, yes, they should. Oh, Firestorm comes in. And now airburst artillery looks like activated on this munitions point. Matilda is focusing on the Stoss Trooper. The 5.5 is shooting at the P4, which will do a lot of damage. Look, looks like we're going to see an artillery slugfest here. The foot guards should almost always use their Vet 1 ability against vehicles. The stagger shot is so strong. Man, I love the updated VFX for the 5.5. Really feels like a massive artillery barrage. Let's see if Khan is... He's still sitting on a bunch of potential upgrades for his vehicles. I think that's the biggest misplay I've seen from him. Let's see. Yeah, they do tend to clump up, and the Tiger will do a ton of damage to clumped up infantry. Oh, so zeroing artillery coming in. It looks like it's going to be dodged. These days I really prefer the mechanized assault ability from the mechanized battle group, with the exception of on emplacements. That zeroing artillery on these like 5.5s can be worth it to knock those emplacements out.
5 command points available.
I can't believe that Stewart's still alive. I thought he should have refit that a while ago. And this Matilda just chilling in smoke here. Tiger moves up hunting the other Matilda. And it's going to sit in the smoke. Yeah, the attack ground. And the Tiger actually is taking some 6-pounder rounds. Now the Matilda backing up so the attack ground no longer hit. Pioneer's knocked out by the other Matilda. P4's got to try to close the gap here. Oh no. Tiger snared. Fortunately, the 8-rod comes in to clear the 6-pounder. Otherwise, that Tiger was potentially at risk. I think the Matildas are still doing what they need to do, but as the infantry battle shifts, I think, yeah, I would consider refitting the Matildas for grants. The Tiger's about to knock this one out. So you're losing that ability.
We have lost control of a victory point.
Oh, man. Axis about to get the triple cap on here. Oh no. Vickers just knocked out by P4 and the 8-rod. On the opposite side, Firestorm coming in. The P3 killed though between the 6-pounder and the Stewart. And these assault grenadiers just hanging out in the Firestorm. Yeah, Fred, I think, is committed to the Matildas. The problem is he lacks the anti-tank with the Matildas to deal with the Tiger and the P4s. And then if Panthers show up, the Matildas are even less valuable. And also, I take it back, Carbine, you've made good plays with the 8-rod, cleaning up the foot guards there. Zadi holding it down on his forward retreat point, even though he's got some units dying in the flames.
200 points.
Poor Gurkha just standing there.
Territory sector lost. Pioneers standing by.
And Carbine still hasn't unlocked the Panther. And I think when you see a second Matilda out, again, I think Panther rather than P4. You got some Stas Troop and you've got Jaegers, you got MG42, you're developing the anti-infantry firepower you need. Sticky comes in on the 8-rod, but it's a little bit wasted. There's nothing to follow up. The Jaegers had the opportunity to pick up a 6-pounder. Oh, the combination of the 5.5, if it had been an engine crit, that might have been a nice pickup. It's still the same 8-rod. He's done a really good job with it. 2 Matildas, 2 Sappers. This is actually a really strong push to deal with. And there's really nothing. He's got the P4, but just a Vespa. The Martyr got knocked out. So nothing really for Carbine to deal with that. Lots of 5.5-inch barrages coming in. And it looks like the allies are just going to focus on the flanks, the flank VPs here. Oh, here's the zeroing artillery again, but I think it's just going to get dodged. And actually, these Grens, serious risk of going down to the Matildas, but instead the Matilda's going to focus on the Jaegers. Oh my god, look at the screen shake from zeroing already. Enough to make me nauseous. P4 slides over. Oh, these foot guards. They could go down here if the P4 focuses fire. Oh, they're just going to get away, supported by the Matildas. And it's actually still debuffed from the first of the staggered shots. Now the Panther shows up. Is the Panther call, and that's what he was waiting for from CPs. And the Tiger arrives. 1 Matilda gone. Pioneer is trying to repair the P4 en route. Matilda can't decide who to shoot and is going to get knocked out here by the Tiger. Oh, man. The allies had him on the ropes, but the loss of 2 Matildas there, that was huge. Zadi's still got a Grant. Ooh, 5.5 comes in and smokes the Pioneers. Zadi is pop capped, so he's got a Matilda in the queue, but can't get it out until he loses some units. Yeah, I think Fret was still really trying to lean on those Matildas, but the Matildas against German late game armor, against Panthers, against Tigers don't fare as well. We see another Goliath in play. Oh man, this Stuart now, it's got to back out. One more shot. The P4 is pretty damaged, so it's going to back up as well. Tiger's going hunting. Tiger on prioritized vehicles is not going to shoot at the Gurkhas, and they are clumped up. If it took a shot, would potentially be really nasty. Goliath, I think, is trying to kill the 6-pounder. You see it driving around. Yeah, Fred gets another Matilda out, and I don't know. I don't think that's the answer now at this point, now that you've seen Panthers available. Oh, artillery coming in on the Panther. The Vespa. Big barrage in here on this VP. Very close range. Oh. Goliath does not kill the Vickers. Vespa could have, if it used a tracking barrage, one of these infantry squads probably would have knocked it out clean. Yeah, Tiger finds this Matilda. It's going to immediately back up and pop smoke. And allies have the access back on VP drain again. Oh, the foot guards stun the Panther. Fortunately, its armor good enough. It bounces a couple of these bazooka rounds. Wow. Nice barrage from the Vespa. Forces the foot guards to retreat. Saves the Panther. Yeah, I don't know why he's building a Matilda over a second Grant. I think the Grants are going to be the answer to the P4 and the Panther and the Tiger on the field, more so than the Matildas. Matilda parked on this VP, but he needs something to actually cap it. These Jaegers are pushed all the way up. And Khan, floating a bunch of manpower, floating a bunch of fuel, still needs to consider investing in those armory upgrades. The 8-rod on prioritized vehicles for some reason. So, not dealing with this Vickers. Oh, Jaegers have found a British infantry blob. Yeah, they need to immediately retreat. I heard what sounded like mechanized artillery coming in, but I don't see it. Oh, the 5.5-inch barrage is constant. Recce artillery coming in, as well as a 5.5. The Panzer IV is going to ignore it and drive forward. Oh no, this infantry section with the P4 is going to change targets, focus on the Gurkhas. Wow. So much artillery, so much screen shake. Oh no, Gurkha's knocked out. Well, that'll free up. It's still not enough pop cap for the Matilda to come on the field. Matilda looks smartly going to focus on the 8-rod here. One more shot. Oh no, it whiffs. And he gets debuffed by the Panther. It pops the smoke. Carbine. Oh, good attack grounds. Matilda smoked. Oh man, Brits just losing too many late game vehicles. And Brett has the option here to tech grants to get some additional vehicles out. Also, so we've seen infantry training from Fret, but not armored vehicle training. I think if you're floating the resources, especially Zadi needs to be investing into his training with some of the resources that he's floating in the pop cap. All right. Another Goliath on the field for Khan. Team chat does it sometimes. It depends where the replay comes from. Oh, AT gun smokes a Goliath, but it still kills a sapper. Vickers and a 6-pounder force a Panther away. This Stewart supporting that med truck, really aggressive med truck play. Looks like the 5.5s are trying to target the Tiger and the P4, or at least clear the AT gun. The Axis at this point, I feel like they have traded in a way that they should be in a position to close this game out, but they're all in a triple cap, which means they've got less than 2 minutes to make some progress. And that's the biggest issue. They're clumped up here in the center with all their vehicles. I think they need to choose a side of the map to focus on and focus on grabbing 2 VPs. Grant comes up. P4 does a bunch of damage to the foot guards. Gammon Bomb bruises up the Jaegers. 5.5 coming in. So the Axis is going to grab the center VP. Oh man, Jaeger's killed by the 5.5-inch barrage. Panther doing work against the Grant. And the Tiger has moved up as well. Oh my gosh, just annihilates some of Fret's infantry. I don't think Fret was tracking that engagement was even happening. Tiger hits triple vet. Clears an AT gun. The Panther kills the Grant. Man, on VPs, the Allies are still in a good spot, but they are being bled dry here. You see Zadi trying to build a fighting position. His Matilda finally popped, but I don't think it's what he needed. Oh, Carbine. This 8-rod needs to be on off-prioritized vehicles. Oh, no. The 5.5, if the sappers had stood there, they probably would have killed those Stas trooping. Allies come in to try to capture. They decap the VP, but the Firestorm forces away the sappers. Yeah, he needs all of the upgrades. He has not invested in any of his upgrades. You can see he doesn't even have the emergency repair kits. Another 5.5 for Fret. I think they really need to be focused on anti-armor. There we go. Zeroing artillery coming in on one of the 5.5s. I say I'm gonna laugh. The zeroing artillery is kind of wasted because he's about to clear this with the grenades, but it will make sure that that emplacement is fully destroyed. Tiger being repaired, clears the AT gun. Oh man, triple vet Tiger. Recon already not the answer here. Assault Grenadiers close. Zade has done such a good job holding on all game, but he's slowly being pushed off. The Axis late game unit's just too strong. Oh, the heavy mortar also knocked out. Oh, those Assault Grenadiers take a mine on soft retreat. Now the Tiger's addressing the bunker here. Looks like Carbine. Oh, this 8-rod could be at risk. Vespa is barraging the foot guards and does a lot of damage. Tiger kills another infantry section. Oh, the Vespa. The foot guards. Oh no, the Vespa gets the kill on the foot guards. The 8-rod, all it's got to do is back up and sit on that VP to capture it, but it's not. He's still on prioritized vehicles. Matilda moves up, and this is just not the answer here. And the Axis still in danger of losing on VPs. They're winning the combat engagement, but they're not focused on the VPs. They're down to 30 seconds of tick left. Matilda knocked out. Axis trying to get on the south VP. They're on the center and they're on the north. So that's going to slow down the tick rate just a little bit. Tiger doesn't see the Grant. Foot guard's here to try to push off these Stas trooping. Oh, the 5.5 clears it. Oh my goodness. 8-Rod finally knocked out. Axis have 2 of the 3 VPs. Oh my gosh, the artillery barrages coming in are doing damage to the Panther. Stunned. Oh, but that blast from the P4. Foot guard's forced away. Axis about to get on the triple cap. P4 on the backside. Stunned by the Stuart, knocked out. More zeroing artillery called in on these 5.5s. Oh my god. 2 VPs. Yes. Khan needs all of the armory upgrades. Triple vet Vickers, but it's facing the wrong way. Axis is going to get back on the triple cap. Both 5.5s, or all 3 5.5s now have been cleared. Oh my gosh. Axis finally got on the VPs. And so now the Allies, less than a minute to take those last 2 victory points. Oof. Yeah, and so the Allies are going to throw a GG in here. And it makes sense if you look at, somehow Zadi's still at 72 pop cap, but Fred is at 27. The Axis total 140, so the population is totally swapped out. Smoke on the VP. Some attack rounds coming in, but the Sappers, it looks like, will at least decap this victory point. But I don't think that's going to be enough. Oh, I like the grenades to try to prevent the cap block. Oh my gosh, the Vespa coming in as well. The Sapper is knocked out. And so the Axis is going to maintain at least 2 of the 3 VPs here. And that's it. That looks like a 2 VP win. Yeah. Yeah. I don't remember who sent this one in. I don't remember who sent it. Oof. All right. Holy crap. I feel like I'm in a little bit of like a brain fog watching that. Daniel in the chat. Oh my god, no way. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, 2 VP win for the Axis. The Axis should have won it. Should have won it like 15 minutes prior, but they're screwing around. Yeah, so Khan was the highest elo guy there. Yes, Ranger. Khan was the highest VP guy there. But he was also screwing around with Goliath for half of the game. Didn't get any of his armory upgrades. Had his Tiger and his P4. So I think maybe he was just trying to have some fun. The Brit players, part of it is like they tried initially to use kind of the same build. And they built all that artillery, but they weren't really up against team weapons, right? So like it made sense for the Axis 1 artillery, but yeah. Okay. Couple things. No, okay. We need early access Fire and Steel update. Please make it happen. Dude, I don't know when I know they're doing their deep dive. Sorry, I'm going to address all these questions side by side and then allow my brain to reset before we talk about this game. Well. Fire and Steel, I know they're doing a deep dive this week. I don't know when the update actually drops. It would be cool if we knew. It'll definitely shake up the meta for sure. Paul, new to CoH3, UK is an excellent faction. And they're very good late game. It is in some replay videos. It just depends which replay videos you're looking at. I think in 1v1, which is where a lot of those, like a lot of the casts tend to be 1v1s, USF is the best 1v1 faction by win rate. So you see less Brits in the super high level casts than you do Americans on the Allied side. But no, Brits are still very good. And they have a lot of late game options. I think the biggest issue here was some weird choices across the board. So let's start with Will Defret. His first Matilda was the right call. I think that's what he needed then. Brits are very balanced, yes, 100%. They have answers to pretty much everything without even needing the battle group. They do struggle against late game Axis armor. The allies in general struggle against late game Axis armor if you can't swarm it. In 1v1s, you can solve it. You can solve it by kind of spamming Crusaders. In 2v2s, it becomes much more difficult, depending on where you are. So, okay, cool. My camera software randomly decided to stop working, so that's fun. Okay. The next piece of it, looking at the Matildas, I think, yeah, as soon as you see a Tiger, as soon as you see a Panther on the field, because the Brits have the ability to refit, I think you refit the Matildas. Liberator, you brought this up. You refit the Matildas, you go for grants. The Matildas can hang in there against infantry, but at this point, he had basically smashed all of the infantry off the field. So less concerned at that point, in my opinion, about dealing with the infantry. Plus, you have sections and foot guards, which are excellent. Across the board, we saw underinvestment in armory and training upgrades, which is kind of a shame because the armory upgrades for Brits are super, super powerful. Like the infantry training, it basically makes everything Vet 1 or close to it, plus it gives them received accuracy and rate of fire buff. It's huge. We'll get to Khan here in a minute. And I think the grants in particular are good because they still have that anti-infantry firepower, but they can penetrate the Panther, fire rate of Vet 1. Like armored vehicle training, they're really good. Use that to kind of work around, challenge the Tiger, challenge the Panther, and then combine it with your team weapon play. The overinvestment of the 5.5s, I think, is probably a mistake. If you want one, it's fine, but they didn't. It's not like the Axis were playing with a ton of team weapons. On Zadi's side, I think he needed to slide more into the middle. I thought he did a good job kind of owning his piece of it. But if he had been able to help out his teammate more, and I think a lot of this match felt like 1v1s, two side-by-side 1v1s, which is an inefficient way to play 2v2s, and it's a good way to accidentally lose. All right, on the Axis side, couple things. Carbine, we talked about the choice for the 8-rod. It actually worked out for him fairly well, but then he left it on prioritized vehicles for the last 20 minutes of the match, and it has the ability to cap points. So if instead of him sticking it in front of that VP, if he had backed it up onto the VP, he could have actually held it. But his Vespa play, especially at the end, was really good, knocking out a lot of the late game infantry and holding the VPs. I think the Stug D with the Stoss trooping would have been a better call. It looked for a minute like he was going to play heavy into tier 2 with Werbles and Martyrs and then wait for the Panther call in. I think that still would have been viable. You can even use the Stug Ds with the Stoss trooping to get that late game infantry on the field, but it might have been more efficient from a field perspective. Some little things here and there with all the players across the board and like managing their vehicles, but the abilities and then like prioritized vehicles, hold fire, that sort of thing. The last thing that I'll say is Khan, who is clearly having fun and was holding up his side of the map fairly well. The big thing is without those armory upgrades, and he had the manpower for it, DAC vehicles kind of suffer, and that game would have been over 10 minutes sooner if he had given the Tiger rapid advance, emergency repair kits, etc. So yeah, interesting game. And kind of a slugfest. But that's what you expect in 2v2s if it's balanced. Elo was essentially balanced. I don't know. If anyone else has any other thoughts. Yeah, and then the awareness. Are you doing the friendly tourney today? We had talked about doing one, but failed to kind of put it together. So I am not doing the friendly tourney. I'm just trying to think. If anyone else has any other thoughts here, in general, like I thought the access management of the late game was better. I think you could feel the frustration on the part of the Brits. I think they were like, "Oh my god, what do we do?" Yeah, it's possible. Not every game is super like we have to win. Sometimes people want to try stuff. And for sure, I think Khan was digging into that in the Goliath. It's a shame the Goliath is so disappointing. It should really hit harder with how squishy it is. Yeah. Okay. I don't have a whole lot else though. The long games are tough. It's tough to stay in it the whole time and take some practice. The only other thing I guess is like the VP awareness. The access, they literally almost lost it because they weren't paying attention to how many VPs they had left. Someday it will be fixed, but it is not this day. Yeah, that's true. You don't want Goliath to be overpowered, and then it becomes a cheese unit, but it should definitely kill a Met truck, 100%. So, okay. All right, let me see. It's just a little before 1 o'clock. I think I can do one more. I'm gonna take a couple minutes, get something to drink, and I'll be right back, and we'll do one more. All right. Hey, we are back and I got the camera fixed. Hooray. Okay. Great. Thank you, Liberator. All right. We're going to do one more. And I'd like to do a 1v1. Let me see what I got here. I have a fun one from last month where I lost. I'm like, how did I lose? I don't know if I necessarily want to post that for everyone to watch. No, I don't know that I have any good personal ones. Second. Yeah. Yeah, but it's also telling, right? All right, here we go. This will be, actually give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Oh, there we go. I should probably turn my microphone on. This should be fun. All right. All right, so we got here, these are some pretty high level players. And yeah, we're just going to see what we got. All right. We are on Villa Fiore. Actually, I'm really interested in seeing how Jeff G plays this one. He very high APM, very high micro USF player. He's down here in red. So I'm looking at how he approaches this. Against Ver, I also tend to go barracks against Wehrmacht. UMB, Humayrenbra, he's going for double pioneer into grenadiers. So relatively standard openings, but he's going breakthrough. So it looks like we're going to possibly see some grenadier play here. MP40s. Jeff G getting a Jeep out, but he obviously hasn't committed to armored. He has it available. So he may not use it for capping. He may use it for harassment. And again, he's one of those high, like super high APM players. So that's something that I know he can lean on, like a skill that he has. Also interesting that he went engineers early. All right, so the Jeep, he's found some grenadiers. Gonna have to back it out. Obviously, you don't have to worry about Faust just yet, but their rifles will reliably penetrate the front of the Jeep's armor. Jeff G floating some manpower. There we go. He's going to get a rifle out. You know, and again, you see these like really high level players support units on the flanks, right? Like the Pioneers here, and then a lot of the combat power in the center. So you're trying to take away, if you're looking at this and like, all right, how do I play this better? That is one of the biggest takeaways for newer players. I also really like the use of the Grens, putting in wire. That is one of the few advantages the Grens have over other mainlines, is their ability to lay wire, lay sandbags, and obviously the merge. So that's really valuable, and the more you can take advantage of that, the more value you get out of those units. And the Jeep play, like, really driving it around everywhere. You just have to be careful understanding the timing of when that Panzerfaust can come out. Oh no, never mind. The Jeep may go down. Wow. Somehow avoids that last shot penetrating. Rifles on the field. So we're going to see a second rifle, now a MG42 for UMB. Oh, UMB is another former StarCraft player. So he also very high APM. And he relies, I talked to him about his control and map awareness. He relies a lot. Oh, the Pioneers sniped the Jeep. Wow, what a pickup. I know he relies a lot on control groups to bounce around the map. And we see these Grens moving around together. This seems to be the best way to use the Grens in the current patch to avoid them getting overwhelmed. Because they will start to stack DPS, especially at range against units like rifles. But you have to stay at range and you have to have numbers. So Jeff G's going to go the third rifle squad. MG42 over here suppresses. So I imagine we'll probably also see a mortar relatively soon. UMB going for the Luftwaffe company. So these Grens are about to have Panzerfaust. And so on one hand, engagement so far really going UMB's way. But map control very firmly in Jeff G's favor. Actually, no casualties yet for either side. But that Jeep getting knocked out is huge. Jeff G's already invested into healing, which makes a lot of sense. There we go. The scouts get the first kill of the match here against these Grenadiers. UMB trying to maintain some VP pressure. That's what he really has to survive, is the ability of the USF to really do a lot of early game VP and resource damage. Oh man, these Pioneers caught out of position by 2 rifle squads and knocked out. Alright, we're seeing grenades tech. Jeff G still hasn't chosen a battle group. Jaegers on the field for UMB, and now a 2-2-1 in the build. So Jeff G, I think, is kind of doing this by field. The grenade is going to be really helpful in dealing with the 2-2-1, as is the med station, right? Because it will do a lot of damage. So if your units come out on the field injured, you run the risk of them getting burned down pretty quickly. Yeah, rifles here closing with these Grens. The rifles will definitely win and probably inflict some damage. The Jaegers, though, in a position to help force these rifles back. Really good MG positioning. So it doesn't look like we're going to see a sticky grenade. And actually, yep, Jeff G's going to retreat these rifles. A Shrek out already on the Jaegers. Ironically, it doesn't really affect their anti-infantry firepower very much, but it will dissuade some of the light vehicles that USF can get out. I know Jeff G built the weapon support center. Now he's got the infantry support center coming for the captain. Grenadiers hit a mine. So that's the advantage of getting the engineers out early. This is interesting mine placement. I like this. Probably really good against vehicles, units moving from the munitions to the VP. This is the other thing you see a lot at really high levels. Like these scouts, they just retreat immediately to avoid bleeding and getting cut down on retreat if they know they're in a spot where they can't really accomplish anything. UMB going for officers' quarters for tier 2 makes sense. It looks like he's probably going to lean pretty heavily into that. That's another thing, build order that you see quite a bit is tier 2 like Jaegers, Shreks, Flak 30s into Whirlwinds, and Martyrs into the Tiger, which you might see here. And UMB hasn't really given any indicators. Oh, that grenade does some damage. Oh, a little bit of a wasted grenade from Jeff G there.
Defensive positions. There to there. Medical supplies for us. The enemy has claimed our territory.
Good harassment here from UMB onto this fuel, which I think he needs. His fuel income's been a lot lower than Jeff G. And so Jeff G went weapon support center, but with the Jaegers and the 2-1 on the field, I don't know that half tracks are the play. I think instead he just wanted the Zook squad, which is going to force that 2-1 off. Oh, another Pioneer squad. Oh, gunned down by... I think the captain got the final shot there. That's a lot of utility lost from UMB. Zook's forced away by Grenadiers. These Jaegers keep finding mines. And there's another one here, too.
Pioneers standing by.
More Pios hit the field. I think they're probably going to get a minesweeper relatively early, although UMB a little short on munitions right now. Yeah, putting Shreks on your Jaegers will do that. Jeff G, it looks like he had a resource cache queued up and then thought better of it. He's actually almost at the point where he can get a tank depot out. So with this fuel control, you know, getting a Sherman out at the 10 or 11 minute mark, he's not quite there, but that would be extremely powerful. Alright, Zook's coming up to support the rifles, help deal with this 2-1, but actually with the Jaegers here, Jeff G could bleed quite a bit. A 4th rifle squad on the way for Jeff G, and a cache on a fuel point. But good placement on this LMG, or HMG for UMB. So the flank doesn't work. Rifles finally decided to join the fight here. They're going to hop into green cover. The MG42 just still not in a position to really help, just kind of covering the flank. Grenade forces away the Grens, but Rifleman going to back off and heal up. Scouts here. They are going to finally bleed a little bit from these Grenadiers, but they will decap that +5 fuel. Fuel cache complete for Jeff G. Oh, this 2-1 could pick up the scout squad. Actually, really should. Yep. Knocked out by the 2-1, despite the captain trying to cover. Another squad of Jaegers getting upgraded with Panzer Shreks. And actually, this captain is at a little bit of risk here, hanging out, fighting the 2-1 and the Jaegers. Alright, so the captain retreats. Yeah, if I had to guess, I'd say we're going to see rifles into Shermans here for Jeff G. Good fuel control. That fuel cache there is important. He's actually already on harassment again. He did lose a scout squad, but he's got 4 rifles on the field plus the captain, so he's still in a good spot. I like the mine placement, using the mines to protect the fuel cache. UMB, meanwhile, going support elements, getting his med bunker up in the HQ. So this tells me, yeah, he's almost certainly going Werbles. So he's about a minute away from having the fuel for the first Whirlwind. Which, a Werble, a great counter to this rifle-heavy build, even with grenades. If you can get a couple of the Werbles out. Jeff G going for that tank depot. Oh, big hits onto the 2-1. Jeff G hasn't invested in the improved rockets, but I imagine he will if he wants to get more of those Zooks out. Oh, big push. Jaeger is forced off.
Enemy infantry! Sector lost.
His rifle squad in cover tangling with a Jaeger Shreks here.
Enemy forces have captured a victory point.
MG42 is going to reset to deal with this captain. Captain's still not at vet 1, so no, off-map mortar barrage available. Now this is a lot of firepower to deal with these rifles. Oh, Jaeger destroys the truck they're using for cover, so the rifles retreat. Whirlwind's here, and now the Whirlwind's going to try to hunt down these rifles that are on the field point here. Man, Jeff G's ability to harass across the map constantly is kind of wild. Sticky Bomb comes in. Rifleman uses sprint to back away rather than retreat. Oh man, they're bleeding quite a bit. And the Whirlwind, obviously not engine critted, is going to roll right through the hedge and continue to burn down these rifles. Jeff G reacts by getting a Hellcat out. So there's a little bit of risk here if you're going to rely on rifles for your anti-infantry, and you see it right now. 221 cleans up that rifle squad. Big pickup for Jeff G. He's going to probably rinse and repeat here on this rifle squad in the corner. This is a really, really tough retreat path. And Jeff G trying to get his guys out as wide as possible. On the other hand, he is capping up the opposite side of the map. Jeff G using his Whirlwind to create all kinds of new fun pathways through the map here. And now here comes the push through the center. MG42 tries to line up the shot but can't actually see the rifles there. The Zooks come up to try to threaten the Whirlwind. Another squad of Jaegers from UMB. And wow, the Jaegers with Shreks are actually a great counter to this Hellcat. Engineers close with the Jaegers to try to force them off. Hellcat looking for an opportunity. The MG42, I like that. The awareness to flip around to do damage to these rifles. And the Hellcat is looking for an opening on this Whirlwind, but can't really find one. And now we see the 221 has been upgraded with the radio net. The kind of the command radio ability there. I forget the name. That I think is a great choice in the late game. You've got Jaegers for your anti-vehicle. So the ability to see where your enemy is and what they're doing. Oh, Hellcat with the AP rounds. One more shot and this Whirlwind's done. Wow, huge pickup for Jeff G on the flank. But the Hellcat is in a tricky spot here. Could get Fausted by these Grens. And then with the Jaegers with Shreks able to camouflage, this is potentially very, very risky. Jeff G has gone for the armored battle group, so he's made that choice, and he's gotten war machines, so his vehicles have less of a manpower cost, so he can potentially kind of cheese these up. Wow, that was a big pickup, and I'm impressed with his ability to the radio antenna. Thank you. Impressed with his ability to move around and avoid the Jaegers with the Shreks in the middle of the map. The problem that Jeff G's going to face, though, is his rifles are not going to scale well against these Jaegers. Oh, although a Grenadier squad... Oh, he swapped him out for more Jaegers, I'm almost positive. Yeah, 4 Jaeger squads is a lot. And if they all have Shreks, but the 4-man Jaegers will do just fine against the rifles. No advanced logistics, no survivability. Oh no, this Hellcat about to get double Shrek'd for its trouble. Oh, and then the pathing is choosing an awkward backup path. The Jaeger's gonna get 2 more shots, and the Hellcat gets knocked out as well as the Bazooka squad gets knocked out. Well, so that is pretty painful for Jeff G here. He's trying to maintain the pressure. You see some mines go down. Oh no, the Shrek sets off the mine and another engineer dies.
We have command points that require use. No! I think we started them.
Oh, the rifleman gonna sprint in to throw the sticky bomb. I don't know how I feel about that. Doesn't have a ton of munitions. And that's not really going to do anything other than keep the 221 from being able to chase.
Infantry firing on us! Jäger are fully reinforced. The enemy has taken a victory point. We're engaged! Grenade!
Jaegers retreat after having a grenade thrown at them.
Coming!
So Jeff G is going with the 1919 to try to deal with the Jaegers. And I don't hate the idea. The 1919 does fairly well with the damage reduction, but the Jaegers get some suppression resistance because they're considered advanced infantry. Because of that, I don't think you're going to see the utility from the 1919 that you'd want. You see like that burst, now finally the Jaeger squad is suppressed. Oh my gosh, a fifth squad of Jaegers on the field.
Enemy fire! On us!
Yeah, and so now Jeff G's going for a half track. No upgrade just yet. He's got a ton of fuel and he's got a lot of CPs. He has a bunch of options here, potentially unlock the Easy 8, rapid production. And so I wonder what his thought process is here. Resource control is still good. You know that the 221 with the radio antenna is out there. He's getting a second MG. And the flank is not really going to work with the 221. Now the MG42 suppressing. I think almost like, even though it'd be a little bit underwhelming this late in the game, like a mortar might be super helpful because all these Wehrmacht units want to fight from cover. So using a mortar to slowly chunk down their health or bleed them out might be worthwhile. I mean, rifles, they try for a big push here, but they're forced back, and now these machine guns unable to suppress the Jaegers in heavy cover, and the Jaegers at range just going to bleed them out. Oh, this is rough. 221 chasing. The half track's here, but oh, that machine gun just barely gets away. This one also retreating, loses its damage reduction bonus when it packs up, and that almost gets annihilated too. And now UMB floating tons of manpower and a lot of fuel. He's not going to go for tier 4. If I had to bet, I'd say he's going to lean towards the Tiger. You know, with this manpower, maybe consider throwing a cache down here or on the munitions point. Munitions not as big of a deal, but it'll help him get Jaegers, Shreks on these Jaegers. Jeff G going for the quad 50, which is a really interesting upgrade decision. Rifles, good use of the sprint to close the gap here with the Jaegers. Nope, no bars on the rifles. And Jeff G was doing well, but I think now he's really struggling on manpower, especially without like the advanced logistics with all these rifles on the field. The Jaegers are scaling really, really well against them. He's finally able to force the Jaegers off, and now the machine gun's going to retreat. But yeah, you can see he's just really, really hurting for manpower across the board. He's got another Hellcat in production. I don't think the Hellcat's the answer here. Maybe he knows the Tiger is coming, or he's worried about the Tiger or the Panther showing up. Another Whirlwind. Now, Jeff G was able to pick up a quick kill on the previous Whirlwind. This is about to get really tricky. And the quad 50's hanging out in base. I wonder if he's worried about potential loiter. Seems like an odd thing to be concerned about at this point in the game. And especially now that he's losing on VPs. And look at the KD. Holy cow. Basically 2-1 for Wehrmacht. This shows that Wehrmacht, if they get over the early game USF aggression, their late game units are really, really powerful and can scale really well. Plus, I think the map hacks that he's getting, UMB is getting with this 221, been really, really valuable. And then now these, oh man, these rifles just bleeding like crazy. Yeah, so Jeff G going for advanced logistics now to try to mitigate the manpower bleed from having all these rifles on the field. Potentially, like, that's the real risk at having a full rifle build, is if you don't amass a ton of pressure and you aren't able to get into the advanced logistics. That's really tough. I wonder if UMB saw via the map hacks this mine going down. And plus the ambush bonus for those Jaegers. Well, the Shrek annihilates the cover they were using, so now they're suppressed by the 1919.
Don't get comfy. Jäger have been spotted.
But man, all these Jaegers on high ground, really tough to deal with. Oh, the riflemen try to sprint in. They're going to sticky the verbal and actually mark vehicle from the captain to get the armor debuff. Now the Hellcat comes in on the flank. Man, Jeff G's just so good at this. With the units wide on the flank, kills another Werble. But again, you've got 3 Shrek squads in the field. That Hellcat needs to stay alive, needs to stay out of range of those Panzer Shreks. Yeah, and now UMB with Minesweepers. So all of these mines that Jeff G's been laying down over here about to be discovered. MG42 forces away one of the 1919s. And there it is. UMB has his Tiger out. Jeff G almost certainly going to have to go multiple Hellcats to deal with this. And I guess Jeff G's really worried about that loiter. He got this quad 50 up, but it literally hasn't left his base. It's always interesting to see the decisions players make when they obviously don't have the same level of information as we do here. 1919 going in the building, that'll allow him to kind of capture and then hold. Jeff G focus on the southern flank. He hasn't seen the Tiger yet, but he almost certainly has heard it. Another machine gun for Jeff G. I think he's going to regret that. He's going to want that manpower back to get a Hellcat. And he's going for munition surplus. I think my guess is as soon as he sees, he's going to cancel that and try to get another Hellcat in the build. So he will be able to put a little bit of VP pressure on, but not a lot. UMB's got basically a 2-to-1 advantage in tickets, and it's only going to be a 1 VP difference. Jaeger's coming to tangle with these rifles.
Enemy infantry. Return fire.
Hey, Frozen Soldier, thank you. I think, yes, I think Jeff G thinks UMB went Luftwaffe. At least he did until he saw this Tiger. Hey man, I appreciate the raid. We've got, oh man, 5 Jaegers with Shreks and a Tiger. Oh, these poor rifles. And this rifle, they're sprinting in to throw, oh no. They throw the sticky bomb, but that one, oh, both rifle squads lost. Oh, that's huge. Yeah, that's probably game right there. I don't know how Jeff G manages to come back from this. So he's got a second Hellcat in the build. He's got a lot of machine guns, which could manage the Jaeger problem. Oh, yeah, I appreciate it, dude. 2 Hellcats and a lot of machine guns. So you're like, in this case, you can suppress the Jaegers, get some map control, but you're not going to bleed. And you see UMB's got a ton of manpower. So he can invest really whatever he wants. He's a little pop capped, but you can see martyrs. You could see more whirlwinds. That could be really painful in the long run. And now this quad 50 half track feels even not sillier, but just less helpful. A third, yeah, he needs as many Hellcats as he can get. And nice call, Daniel, because we're seeing the third one up now. That's the advantage of the War Machine. Now Jeff G's got other options. He's got the rest of the battle group tree that he can unlock here. He's going for the field repairs rather than the wrecker on the left side. I think Seek and Destroy would almost certainly help deal with the Tiger here. Engineers take a shot. Fortunately, it kind of whiffs, so they don't take a lot of damage. This captain needs to stay close because the mark target ability on the Tiger, if he can get the jump with multiple Hellcats and mark target, that is one way to deal with the Tiger. Oh man, but look at all of these Jaegers with Shreks just kind of piled up here, prepared to help. Third Hellcat hits the field, and that's the thing. UMB sees all of this with that 221. No surprises here. Yeah, you see, like, the Jaegers are positioned perfectly to ambush anyone trying to come in and flank the Tiger. Mark target hits. Here come the Hellcats. But UMB just has way more information than Jeff G does, and so couple of big shots here. Hellcats just going full speed. Yep, using Seek and Destroy. Couple popping the AP rounds. Wow. They get on the rear armor. Tiger smoked. All three Hellcats still alive right now. Oh, this one feels like it's going to get knocked out. If he can get them away. Oh my gosh. I cannot believe that all three Hellcats got away. Like, UMB was ready for that. It was extremely clean. UMB had these Jaegers set up perfectly to deal with that, I thought. But three Hellcats, mark target, Seek and Destroy. Great combination of abilities. And so Tiger knocked out on a 3-minute cooldown. He'll be able to get one back relatively soon. A couple flak 30s. Yeah, now you use the emergency repairs. He doesn't have the munitions for it. But he still is kind of at risk here. So the engineers gotta do some work. Another rifle squad coming out for Jeff G. I don't know. I think I would go with the 3 Hellcats. I think I would invest into you can unlock the easy 8s and do that. Oh, the captain. Oh, if the captain, no, the captain survives. Really lucky. Jaegers do kill the quad 50 though. Yeah, triple vet Jaegers with a Shrek. The captain getting away is also huge for Jeff G because he needs that for the marked target. You know another Tiger's coming. I would go Sherman. I would probably go standard Sherman rather than bulldozer or easy 8 because then you get the smoke and you can smoke out these Jaegers. Yep. All right. Yeah, I think you're right about the speed on the road plus the speed and destroy. The Hellcats just drove right past them. Worth noting, the Shreks do a lot of damage, but obviously don't snare. Yeah, you do see James, you're exactly right. His map presence has been really negligible since his riflemen were killed. And he needs to get that back because he still is on VP bleed. Oh my gosh. 4 flak 30s in the build now? I think, honestly, the flak 30s probably will do a bunch of damage to the Hellcats too. They don't have a ton of armor. Yeah, 4. Now he's building a 5th 1919. All right. So this is like we're just straight up fighting cheese with cheese over here. Double flak 30s. Oh my gosh, more flaks. Yeah, Zilligap hit the nail on the head. I mean, on one hand, the play to kill the Tiger was great, but now both players just leaning into some of the silliest stuff. 1919 and Garrison with damage reduction, just kind of hanging out. Yeah, they all have that vet suppression ability because they got the officer's quarters. At this point, you need like 6 mortars to deal with all of this. And Oh, double Jaeger's hiding on the side here from this MG. I can't wait to see how he uses that for an ambush. This 221 still being alive with the radio antenna is huge. Alright, Jaeger's moving in. MG gonna retreat, but the ambush bonus helps him do a lot of damage. Yeah, so Jeff G has to get a good push here in the center. It looks like, oh, he drives right past the flak 30s, and they actually are not doing a lot of damage to the Hellcats. Oh, man. So 221 knocked out, which is a big pickup for Jeff G, but now here come the Panzer Shreks. Oh no, these Hellcats need to get out of here. Thank you, Mac. I'm glad you're here too. How did these Hellcats get away? Rifle Squad knocked out. 1919 knocked out. Oh my goodness. UMB. All three Hellcats get away again. If I'm UMB, I'm coming over here and I'm just laying mines right across here because this has been the retreat path every time. Oh, so many Jaegers. How did the Hellcats get away from the Panzer Shreks? That is nuts. And more machine guns from Jeff G, please. Please, someone save us from the one-dimensional builds. This is nuts. Tiger's about to hit the field again. It's just a matter of time. Shrek's moving across. UMB still has Jeff G on VP pressure. What is... Oh, the incendiary. I mean, not a bad use. Now the Hellcats here. Looks like they're focusing on the med bunker. Jeff G, that's a war crime. Just throwing it out there. You shouldn't shoot at hospitals. But they do. Shreks retreat back. Oh, nice use of the smoke. But the Hellcat's going to back up. The biggest problem for Jeff G is he needs to get control of the center here. And with 4 flak 30s and 5 Jaegers, I don't think he's going to be able to force his way through here. He's going to... Look at these 1919s. Just kind of bounding them up. But the flak 30s do so much damage. Those rifles, just barely going to get away. These Hellcats trying to help, but can't really accomplish anything without vehicles on the field for them to shoot at. A satchel coming on the flak 30. Love to see it. Oh, but it doesn't even clear the clear the crew. Is dodged just enough. Oh my goodness. And Jeff G he's just not able to take control of one of these other VPs, and now UMB is about to grab the third, put the triple cap on. Jeff G's floating so much fuel, but just doesn't have the manpower to build any more vehicles because he has built 7 machine gun teams. Oh, flak 30 clears one of them. Look at these Hellcats shooting at Pioneers, and their weapons do no damage. That is, I mean, silly from a realism perspective, but required to make the game playable, I think. MG42 forced away the rifles. Jeff G is about to... Yeah, he's on the triple cap. 45 seconds here. And really no options to regain control of this. And he's going to surrender. Ugh. That game started like balanced meta builds and then just went like absolutely off the rails. Silly. You know, initially I thought, yeah, is it a bad move to think he should just harass the base? He ended up doing it. The problem is, like, if you get caught by those Shreks, the Hellcats are just so fragile. More smokes. Do you mean like dropping the smoke runs or getting mortars? I think maybe the Sherman with the ability to pop smoke grenades, that might have been helpful too. Yeah, that was a little nuts. You start like meta balance builds and go sideways. Yeah, I think the Hellcats were needed to deal with the Tiger. Would have loved to see Shermans, and I think the stock Sherman is probably the answer. Right, you get the smoke, you get the damage from the machine guns and stuff. It's a much better tank than it used to be. You don't necessarily need the bulldozer. A bulldozer would have been really good against all those Jaegers, and actually would have done really well against the flak. And as long as you keep those 3 Hellcats alive, then you don't really need to worry about the next Tiger that's coming. I thought the flak 30s would do more damage to the Hellcat. I really did. I thought they'd be a good counter, and I expect that that's what UMB thought as well. Because with the Jaegers and the MG42, it's not like he was having a problem with the rifles. Yeah. Wow, that was a little wild. That was a good one. That was a good one to end on, I think. For those of you who jumped in from Frozen Soldier, we did a whole mess of games. I think I've been up for 5.5 hours now. So did a couple of 1v1s early, did a couple of 2v2s. Yeah. So did my favorite part though was we did 2v2s where the teams actually rematched against each other and played back-to-back games. Yes, the Shreks will penetrate the Shermans reliably, 100%. So I think you're hoping to do enough damage to force them to run away or to use the smoke to get them in isolation, but you're going to have to be repairing quite a bit. But yeah, so for everyone on Twitch, I don't know how to do this on YouTube, so apologies. But for the guys on Twitch, because I'm wrapping up here, I'm gonna roll into help, and we're gonna raid into someone else, or I would, but I can't even see who's up right now. Second. Oh, yeah, this is what we'll do. Pax, since I casted one of Pax's games earlier. Did I do that wrong? Yeah, I did. There we go. Doing a raid for the guys on Twitch. For everyone that is watching on YouTube. Yeah, thank you. Guys, thanks for joining me. This makes a lot of fun. Daniel, I appreciate the commentary. Der Jim Pants? Yes, maybe. I don't know. Liberator, thank you for moderating as always. Everyone who joined, thanks to Splendid Cromwell and Turtle for joining as well and co-casting. So appreciate you all. Have a wonderful weekend, and most importantly, go Birds. That's all. Later, guys.